Welcome everybody to the Onward VR Master League NA Challenger Cup Finals. My name is Nightfire with 2 E's. I will be your sole conductor in today's journey through the Onward metaverse, as we do get ready to dive in to our first matchup of the afternoon. It is going to be No Fun Intended versus Dub City Warriors to kick things off in the round-robin group stage for our Challenger Cup Finals. The winner here advances on. The top 2 winners here, excuse me. Actually, technically, the one winner of today, one winner of tomorrow will advance on to the finals in next weekend for the NA side. EU, actually, excuse me, this is the EU Challenger Cup. I don't know why I got that mixed up. I'm apologizing. I'm completely mixed up here as I try to get prepared for what is going to be a long weekend of Onward. I'm also dealing with some technical issues on my end, so I do apologize if I feel a bit jumbled here at the intro, but we are going to be diving into EU round robin here soon enough. If you can just give me one quick second to sort out my technical problems. Should be sorted soon here. I think I've got it under control. So again, it is going to be Dub City Warriors versus No Fun Intended, our first matchup of the EU region. NFI will be starting things off on the attack. Dub City Warriors starting on the defense. And a reminder of the format here this afternoon in this round-robin group stage, we're actually not playing out that third map. Each team gets to ban 2 maps. We can take a look at some of their bans. If we look at the bans from, I believe it's NFI, they have a subway and cargo ban. And coming in from Dub City Warriors, we have a bazaar and Q1 ban. We can't obviously represent 2 bans here on our scoreboard, but the format here being that we will only play 2 maps out between each series. Each team plays the other team in 2 maps. That means that each team gets to pick a map and it's played on it. And at the end of today, the team with the most amount of map wins will take the victory. If it's tied in map wins, the team with the most amount of round wins will take the W. And so there is a lot on the line here for these 2 teams in terms of must wins for each map that they go into this afternoon. Map number 1 is going to be Suburbia. Does look like I'm having an audio issue here, so give me a second as we sort that out. Well, maybe you guys can hear it anyway, as we do get into the action here. Round number 1 kicking off. Yeah, it looks like you guys can hear it, which is fine. That's all that's really needed at the end of the day, as we do get ready to dive into the action. Again, Shadow Warrior here set up in the middle. Deadshot and Jittery over on the edge. They're just kind of in a bit of a holding pattern for NFI right now as they get ready to attack this first objective over in that north corner. But they are taking their time, very much so, waiting patiently for their advancement forward here. Looks like some early pre-fire did come in from Dolo. Not sure where, maybe up through the bushes. But NFI have definitely put the brakes on. And we've solved my audio issues at least, so now I can hear the gameplay. As again, we are getting ready to dive into round number 1. Apologies for those tech issues, but everything should be sorted now, and we should be fully into what is, again, a day full of Onward action. Not even have the right stream.
I'll put one on me, right?
Have the right stream. But we're going to take a quick look here. Yeah, we do. Beautiful. I realized I also had the wrong title. I do apologize for.
Don't know.
Waiting to see if Game Reaper is going to push around the south side. We'll turn on lasers so you can see their line of sight's a little bit clearer. You can see that they're scanning over the top of Jill. M203 smoke has come in, and they've got themselves a nice smoke line. It's not exactly a heavy stack on this side outside of Dolo Main, who is holding the edge. They are looking underneath the Humvee, looking for any toes, but there is a heavy smoke application here, and they could relatively easily push up to this objective, but as I say that, XT is in the tight corner. They find one. Shots come in from Dolo, and they can't see Shadow behind the wheel. Shadow Warriors punching in the code, and NFI take round one off of a cap under the smokes with 3 left alive for Dub City. What happened there on the defense? They just allowed NFI to set up the smokes. We saw no counter there, except for XT in the tight corner, and when that fails, things certainly do go awry. NFI take a +2 out the gate here. I believe NFI is technically home, so I do apologize for any of the confusion there, but that's a dang good way to start their Marsoc round on Suburbia. Can't ask for a better start. 2-0 cap out the gate on the corner, relatively uncontested. Surprising to see, honestly, and so round one of the EU round robin kicks off with a cap of all things. Definitely an exciting way to start this pace. And as a reminder, we have multiple games live right now in the round robin. 4 teams are playing today. 4 teams will be playing tomorrow. Today we have NFI Dub City Warriors, and we'll be following actually Dub City Warriors throughout all of their matchups today. That's just the way the format ends up shaking out. That means that we will see all of the teams on this channel. But we will be mostly following along with Dub City Warriors for their 3 games here this afternoon. There's no way of avoiding it. We follow one team through all the games no matter what we did. So either way, we will be seeing everyone play up against Dub City, and we'll see how those matches go for these teams. Right now, NFI is certainly feeling confident up against this Dub City matchup, and we'll have to see how they go into the defense, how Dub City try and come in and attack and rebound from a tough 2-0 start. There's only 2 maps to be played in this series, and so every point does matter. Very curious again to see what Dub City does on their push here. Already smokes coming in early. Very early smoke line over onto this side, and a heavy smoke application at that. How will NFI defend against what seems to be a very early push? And it seems that they are going to invest in some pre-fire at the very least. Right over the top of Grim Reaper as they're able to push forward. Raffalo's still in that center position where they could be a threat once Grim Reaper tries to push. These smokes won't last forever either, and they are deployed. And maybe, if anything, they're trying to draw out an aggressive NFI defense early with these early smokes. Jittery catches Raff, one up over the top, and forces Grim Reaper to pop up, and while they do get Jittery, they get downed by Raff in the process. Now Chili trying to push up here. Knows Raff is on this tight corner, and as they get distracted, Game Reaper finds the kill. Dub City is down to just 1, and it's XT on objective side. Rez has come in. There's 5 alive for NFI. This is going to be 3-0 on map 1, and NFI, wow, looking good here up against Dub City. And like I said, we are going to be obviously following along Dub City here, but that could change as we do get into the matchups, and depending on the pace of things, we may actually be able to jump over to the other matchup that's been started already between the other 2 teams. So going to be an exciting again, couple of games today for EU. 6 maps played out. And then starting at 4 p.m. PST, we'll be jumping into the NA side of things. Another 6 maps to be played out. And so I guess at this pace, we could be churning through these 6 maps pretty quick. Suburbia definitely going the way of NFI. At least the first 2 rounds. Objective switches. Things can change drastically off of that swap. That objective in particular definitely favored, it kind of felt like it favored NFI in terms of them being able to attack that objective first, but Dub City just really didn't put up a very good Marsoc push themselves. It seemed like they had a plan in mind, but then it just kind of got shut down by the individual picks from the defensive positions from Dub City or from NFI, and so we'll have to see if anything changes here. No subs coming in off of whatever otherwise has been a rough start for Dub City, but now is the chance for them to kind of rebound a little bit, get themselves a nice solid center burning building hold on defense, and then maybe an opportunity to get a cap, depending on NFI's defensive spread. There's options, so should be exciting to see how Dub City approaches this with adversity in front of them here. Obviously not how they wanted to start their round robin group stage. But NFI really executing well here out the gate, and we'll have to see how DC decides to bounce back again on their defensive round here.
We'll try to cover you two.
Who's throwing that? Are we wasting utilities now?
They're dead.
Oh, get ready for this flash.
Early kill comes in. Flash doesn't go far enough over the top. Does allow at the very least the duo to get inside. And 3 set up indoors here.
In the backyard. One backyard.
XT is the only outside element. And as the call out comes in that there's one in the backyard, a flash is prompted from XT, but nothing is followed up there from NFI. NFI deploying this interesting strategy of, reserved pushing in the start, setting up into position, and then executing off of timing. Flash comes up and over towards XT. I do not believe that connects. You can tell Jittery is looking for XT there on that corner. They're also looking for the nade up into that window, but it doesn't go. Plenty of flashes being deployed here, though, just to get Jittery up to this position. How much utility is left for them to actually make their entry is my question. Still a bit of a back and forth. XT finally getting up and moving out of their defensive position. Shadow Warriors are still playing a pretty reserved spot, though. They may be able to catch Deadshot through the wood. Guts come in, and nothing does connect. Now the push from Shadow Warrior on the corner, and XT finds that one. A good snap reaction to shut them down. Now puts an element on the backside of NFI that they have to be cautious of. XT could be applying pressure here to what is the NFI team setting up to push into the objective. 3 are stacked up to the top floor. And XT has the ability to roam freely here in the backyard. Might be able to catch Jittery List in the window. They do indeed. Deadshot's there with a nice frag. Turns it into a 2v3. Dolo and Chill, the last 2 alive. Callouts from Deadshot coming in. We'll see how NFI decides to make their final entry into this objective room, but they ultimately have the numbers to work with if they can coordinate their efforts effectively. I think we're getting a little banter here.
Second floor of the room, the inside room, I think.
Comms coming in from the 2 of them at least.
He just moved over to the left. Be by the staircase or the kitchen.
It's box 4, it's box 4.
How does Reaper and Raph
Fuck!
reinforce Deadshot here? A lot of fake comms coming in as well. A lot of fake callouts from both sides, trying to trick up the audio cue and positioning of where they anticipate their enemy to be. Game Reaper still far away. Deadshot here. Raph trying to find an ankle potentially. So is Deadshot, but they're not going to spot much of anything. Vital that these players stay low now as well, because shots are coming in from the 2-story from Game Reaper just across the way. They'll be able to find any head that's peeking up. Chill has to be careful. Chill's actually going to take the shot, take the challenge. There goes the advantage for NFI. Now it's 2-2. They could trade. Very likely that we end up getting into a trade down to figure out who our winner is. We'll have to see how Dub City tries to push into this. Otherwise, how NFI decides to push into this. Dub City need to lock this one in. Need to take this defensive round to stay in this map 1. Chill goes down unresable. Deadshot flies the stairs. NFI take map 1 against Dub City Warriors 4-0. And that is a tough pill to swallow if you're on the Dub City Warriors side of things right now. A bad start to the round robin. Quite frankly, couldn't get much worse. And so Dub City definitely looking at a bit of adversity ahead of them. 5 more maps to be played out, though, and only 1 more map between these 2. So NFI We'll be going into a second map up against Dub City. I believe this is Dub City's map pick. And so we are going to be going into Snow Peak for map number 2. A very different style of map, obviously, and it's something that I believe that Dub City was looking to accomplish by switching things up here into a bit more range. I say that knowing full well that this map does also end up having several close quarters objectives. And we're looking at our first OBJ of the day. It is going to be the kill box room, which is about as close quarters as you can get. So while the range pick might seem like a good choice from Dub City, I don't know that they're getting exactly this first objective they were hoping for. Because again, NFI looked very good on those close quarters rounds on Suburbia. I know I said again we would be following Dub City, but if NFI has another good series here, he may end up following NFI to their next game. We have the options, basically, is what I'm saying, because we do have 2 games live at a time here this afternoon. Unfortunately, we do not have that second channel live. Yeah. We are trying our best to populate those for tomorrow and the future weekends, but in those future weekends, we should be only having 1 game live at a time on these respective channels. But regardless, appreciate everyone that's tuning in right now at twitch.tv/VRMatchesLeague, but we are live everywhere, YouTube, Facebook, and Meta Horizon Worlds. I know that for those of you fine folk that have been around in the Onward community for a while, that verbiage has changed several times now, but if you do want to get involved and catch this action live on a big screen in VR, you can check out Meta Horizon Worlds on your Quest or Quest 2. You can dive into this in a big theater-like space. It's a really cool way of watching the VR esports action, and I would encourage you guys to check it all out, again, over at Meta Horizon Worlds. For those that may be confused, that is still essentially Horizon venues, but that platform has been moved over into the world space, and so you can still find the showcases that you've enjoyed just on a bit of a more open app. Hoping to get a few more folks from that use that app to tune in and enjoy the esports action, and what we're about to do here on Snowpeak, as we do just wait for both teams to ready up. We'll be jumping into it, and it seems like map number 2 is underway. Reminder for those tuning in, 2 bans apiece on each side. So Dub City Warriors banned 2 maps, NFI banned 2 maps. And now each team gets to pick a map. And so this is NFI's map pick, or excuse me, Dub City Warriors map pick. We just played NFI's map pick, which went 4-0 in their favor. And so maybe this map choice will end up playing a little bit better into Dub City Warriors' hands. We'll have to see as we do get into the action for round 1. And already NFI definitely advancing out for a bit of an aggressive defensive setup, investing Game Reaper out here and pushing to the north. They're looking to see if there was a north spawn, and when they don't identify anything, it seems like there is a shift back to the objective side of things. And I anticipate Dub City to be taking their time a little bit here on this approach, really trying to out-patience NFI, if you will. We'll go on board Grim Reaper as they discuss strategy and advance forward here. Oh my goodness, NFI picking apart Dub City. Game Reaper on the outside doing work. Raph finds Dolo main, and now Dub City are down into a 1v5. NFI are absolutely Just out executing Dub City here. More utility invested. Deadshot takes the 3/4 cover off of the flash, finds the kill. They were getting it flanked anyway, but NFI are looking good in this group stage right now. 5 unanswered points. For those curious on future matchups this afternoon, like I said, I think we're actually going to shift over to following No Fun Intended. And so we will be heading over to No Fun Intended versus Dead Logic. And then likely No Fun Intended versus the Newbies. I think we're going to stay on board NFI with how well they're playing right now. So again, we'll have to see what we get in those future matches. Again, that's going to be No Fun Intended versus Dead Logic next. And then No Fun Intended versus the Newbies. I say next, but we may in fact be able to jump over to Dead Logic versus the Newbies if this game hasn't been finished. If this map hasn't finished yet. And so, like I said, a lot of Onward action here this afternoon. This is the EU Challenger Cup. I know I had the title wrong at the start. And it's not the Challenger Cup either. It's the EU Round Robin. Man, I'm just getting things jumbled up in my head today. You have to give me some slack. I started with the Challenger Cup yesterday, okay? You know what I just also realized? Awfully pale. Camera this afternoon. And I can tell you that I have gotten some sun. Not this white, folks. There we go. Let's give myself a little bit of a bronze. Into the action we go for Dub City Warriors' attempt at defending this OBJ. Didn't go well for them when they attacked it, but it seems like they're kind of deploying a similar defensive rollout, albeit a very different spawn for NFI. They're going to be spawning inside that garage, and you can see that split ends up being a lot different now. 3 are inside. Does mean that Grim Reaper is likely to be the one that runs into action if they were to continue down here. Oftentimes you'll see players push all the way out and invest in defending right on this box. You can see Shadow Warrior and Game very aware of that meta defensive position as they do scan for it.
Yeah, do it.
I really know what I'm talking about, people, okay? I've watched a lot of Onward. I might have watched the most Onward anyone's ever watched.
Echo 4.
Addison finds the nice kill, able to get a quick heal off, and 1 bullet away from down. Raph gonna have a bit of a hard time rooting out Addison from this cover. And Addison has quite a few options available to them too. Pop back over, it's Grim Reaper taking some shots. Looks like just guesswork. Oh, at the drone. And so their position has been identified. They're going to actually drop back now. That's what they're shooting. I was wondering why they would be shooting there, and it was because the drone was deployed. You can see it down there on the floor as we pass by. And I wonder if Shadow and Game are considering pushing out here. Jill finds Jittery inside. NFI not having an easy entry either. I wonder if this duo does push out this tunnel. It's risky because there's so many potential C4 placements along these dark walls. No, not a C4, just an empty mag. That at any point there could be a C4 detonation as you do try and approach from that side. Graham is ultimately holding a late angle, and they do have 4 inside with 1 very far away from the objective. Who is that way over there? Yeah, it's Sir Addison. They're over at the spawn in the garage. A very unnecessary rotation, especially when we look at the overhead and can see that almost all 3 of the attackers from NFI that are left are over on that north side. The trouble here is that technically Dub City is in a 3v4 right now with Addison so far away, and if they do lose the 4 on objective, it does mean that there's an opportunity for for the enemy team to cap. And so Addison really taking a big risk by looking for the flank here. At the end of the day, it could pay off if they do push all the way down this tunnel and they do it in time to get up to the Shadow Warrior here, who's already pushing forward. Game Reaper is already on objective building, and Raph is approaching up to converge with the team. Almost a team kill. That could have been bad. Oh, Addison is on the flank, though. They've committed to it. Are they going to find anyone? At least, at the very least, they're back here to reinforce, and so it does turn back into a 5v3. Game Reaper is here on the backside, completely exposed. They do not know Addison is flanking, and that's going to be a pickup there. Now Shadow Warrior and Raph have to make a move, otherwise they're going to get pinched as well, with Chill rotating in from the backside. Dub City are playing confidently. Shadow Warriors has made the entry. A kill on the backside from Chill. The flank's coming in. Addison goes down. There's Chill on that flank, and they're going to find the final kill. 2 go down for Dub City, but a very solid hold gets them on the board against NFI. Their first point of the round robin in the EU side of things for Group A, but a point nonetheless, and maybe a start of a little momentum for this Dub City Warriors team. Again, this is their map pick, so if we're going to be at a place where they're comfortable, it is going to be here. My theory was that they picked this to get into range, to get away from what was a very dominant close quarters win from NFI. They did well on defense there in the close quarters, but we again go back to another close quarters objective. And matter of fact, the only other close quarters OBJ that we do have on Snowpeak, and so, you know, if range was the hope, then they certainly have not gotten lucky. If they can weather the storm through the close quarters combat, though, then they will be guaranteed, at the very least, ranged objectives for their last couple. And I do say that with a little bit of hesitancy, because I do kind of consider the objective that's in the middle here to also be kind of a close quarters OBJ. So, Snow Peak's an interesting map. It's big, it's open, but ultimately a lot of its objectives really do require you to, I mean, obviously if you want to get close to cap, but they are so capable that it's worthwhile trying to avoid long range fights and avoid being picked off early and get close to the objective. And so let's see what we get. Maybe kind of a not a quick spawn. The quick spawn, I think, is inside garage. I think there's one there. It's been a while. Anyway, back into it we go for round number 3. Dub City looking for a 3-2 split, it seems. Send 3 to the horseshoe, 2 to come on down through the garage. We'll be sure to keep our attention split between the 2 pushes, because it does look like NFI has set up a bit of a forward defense there from Raffalo, at least. Potentially be looking for the duo in the garage. There's a lot of ways to approach this objective as well, and it looks like actually the trio is going to invest around in the north flank, and they could run into some action soon here. Grim Reaper and Game Reaper. The Reapers could be finding each other. Which one will reap the rewards of this rotation? It's going to be Game Reaper, at least with 1 kill. Gives away their position, and Grim Reaper is right there. How does Grim react off of those shots taken? They're going to look for the kill on the Game Reaper. They can't quite connect over the top of that wall, and so now Game is able to rotate around to the north side and get into some semblance of cover, potentially even orchestrate a flank. Looks like DC is here, though. They are on the hunt for this rotation, and they do find Game Reaper down. It's a 1-for-1 on the north side of the objective. Does it make me want to pop over to the duo inside? Dolo and chill and see what they're going to be running into soon enough. And for now, at least, they have quite a bit of free... quite a bit of free passage here. Raph is a dead man. If Dolo does decide to peek, and I wonder if Dolo spotted Deadshot peeking down here. No one is checking this lane, which is odd. Dolo is expecting someone to be there, but no one is holding that long lane. They do a quick tablet check to identify where their team is.
Take our time on this.
And you hear the call out there. With 4 minutes left, that is true. There is plenty of time. They don't need to rush in to the objective. Dolo is really essentially right next to it at this point.
It's me. Watch that hallway.
Surprised Raph is still here. They're super exposed to the side flank when they're watching this lane. Back's been exposed multiple times. It's a pretty easy pickup for Dub City, but we'll see. Raph hears the let's go call out. And now their attention very focused here on this lane. Their back not going to be exposed. There we go. Get a little bit of... Oh, I was thinking they would may go around that corner and get at least a little bit of cover. The whole body out here is certainly risky. Chill's going to turn and be able to find that kill. They'll go down and it will be Resable. Deadshot detonates a C4. That's what they were waiting for on that lane. That's why it wasn't being covered. If anything, they were trying to bait them out. We have to shift our attention, though, now to the duo who's pinching in from the north. Perfect timing coming in from them. As the shots come in from the south, the north side is pushing in. Shadow finds a great kill onto Grim Reaper over the side. XT has to reload, and Deadshot finds their kill. A nade comes up and over a great flash. XT has to tuck in. Shadow Warrior is applying the pressure. Is able to rotate out to a box that XT likely not to be aware of that they've rotated to. And they now have to go up against the 1v3. Oh, and the shots come in through the wood. Oh, actually, no, it was the peek out. Shadow Warrior finds the kills. Nice job there from NFI on the whole, but a good effort from Dove City nearly gets them a Marsoc win. But still does maintain lead. I see the comment before I adjusted my the coloring on the camera that I was getting into the Halloween spirit with my pale skin. Yeah, believe me, I'm not that. I haven't been applying the makeup just yet. But yeah, maybe for the 30th we'll do some, or maybe for the finals we'll do a little cosplay. I think the finals won't necessarily land around. It is so close to Halloween. If only we had the finals on Halloween, then I could dress up for the final cast. Maybe I will anyway. Just for the spirit of it. It's Halloween month, right? It's viable. I can dress up on the 26th. No, the 20... Oh, yeah, maybe. No, the 22nd. Yeah, it's 1 week out. We're 1 week early. I can dress up 1 week early. Anyway. If you are tuning in here, this is map 2 of NF5 vs. Dub City Warriors. Game 1 of 3 that we will be playing out here this afternoon through the EU Round Robin Group A stage. One winner will be crowned out of this group, one winner crowned out of the group tomorrow. And those two will advance their way on. Oh, no, excuse me. I believe it's actually 2 from each group. And then we have 4 that advance on to the semis next weekend. Typic. Am I right? I was right on the quick spawn. I know my stuff. Look, guys. Been around here. Quick spawn coming in here from NFI. They spawn in garage. With so much comms coming in as well. Looks like Dolo has identified that it is this spawn. because if you do hear someone here in garage this early, there's only one way that you could get to this position. Apologies for not being full screen there, but almost 30 seconds of nothing. Pop over to Deadshot as they are trying to push up potentially onto this Dolo main position.
Side? Bro, call me Master Splinter one more time and I'll get horny. You're fucking right, I did. I fucking teabagged Shadow when he died.
It is a mature game, so you will run into mature language. Not from me, though. We're clean on the stream, so I do apologize for anything that does come in through the comms, but it is all banter here. Unlike any other real esport, there is open comms in this game. You do not have the option of having your comms be private. Even when you're radioing into your team, if anyone's close to you as a player, they can still hear you talking. And so your communication is able to be heard. Shadow goes down coming up through the horseshoe. Grim Reaper gets aggressive, popping out now. They're not going to continue that aggression, though, and if anything, they don't need to because Sir Addison is over here applying the pressure. Dub City is really pushing out on the defense here. Interesting investment, pushing out of the horseshoe, having Sir Addison here all the way out on this side. There's a drone sitting right above him, although I think that drone was down. Either way, they've identified Addison's position with it, and ultimately they managed to find that pick. Does open up the eventual entry from this side, which they do need to hurry up because the rest of NFI is going to be going down. There's a trade, which does actually end up benefiting Dub City more than anything. And oh no, a team kill up through the center. We just missed it as we passed by. Chill finds XT in the chaos, and we're into a 3v3. Deadshot's still here, aware of Dolo's position. Dolo aware of Deadshot's. The duo pushing in from the north, which is what Chill is watching. XT can peek out their doorway and challenge if they need to, but they're also holding the horseshoe entrance. The best route might actually be through Killbox. But Jittery and Game are going to push in from the north and come into the north tunnel. Eventually get up to this box once they clear it and apply the pressure on to Chill. XT will also be a major threat for them. Flares, smokes, interesting rotation from Deadshot as they go over to the uncovered side there where they ended up having a team player trade. A lot of utility, though, coming out here now, and Jittery and Game are stuck behind this square for a little bit. They need support from Deadshot on the edges. And it is Deadshot's turn now to push on the tight corner and challenge solo main, and they do. Down goes one. Should be the indicator for Jittery and Game to start their push in. We got to go on board Chill as they have to watch multiple sides now. XT's going to peek after the smoke to space. They nearly go down. Jittery looking just over the top of the boxes. Blind fire almost connects from XT.
Still there, still there.
Yeah.
Deadshot, what is their plan? Chill is here, and Chill is going to find the kill onto Deadshot. A big pickup because that could have been a potential cap opportunity. Still a battle up over the middle, though, with Game looking for Chill on the other side of the objective. Oh, and they can't quite catch it. Chill does find the angle just through the gap between the box and the OBJ, and now Jittery's down into a 1v2. One minute left on the clock. There's actually an option here where Jittery can kind of just rotate and push all the way up on this box. They don't have the line of sight. And I think XT is recognizing this, and you are seeing them now push all the way up to the other entry, the other doorway. Jittery should hear these footsteps. You can see them taking a very small angle here through the box. XT goes way out, and they're going to get killed. Jittery has the option to come flying forward Seeing that they dive inside here. Threat being that they could pop out and hit Chill. Chill is in a very hard to identify position. Ooh, and Jittery has pushed up. Chill is recognizing that this is a threat on the cap. Dumps out a flash. That's definitely going to catch Jittery. Is this another flash coming in? It is. 2 flashes that are going to full blind Jittery. Chill isn't going to apply the pressure. If anything, it's buying time. 10 seconds ticking down now. Jittery isn't going to have a whole lot of time to push up. It's going to be a matter of getting up to this box. They can't cap, and they're going to challenge Chill. They're going to find the kill. Chill had to stand up and push out, and that's when Jittery re-peeks for the kill instead of pulling the tablet out and trying to risk it with 5 seconds left. It could have been map 2 secured, but at the very least, it's 3-1 for NFI. And what an effort from Dub City to hold on to that one, but just not quite enough. NFI looking good here this afternoon to start things off. Dub City, again, are still battling. You know, you look at the KDs, they're right there in this. Chill Will 6-3, you know, and so it's just... This is a tough one for Dub City. They're not out by any means by losing these 2. And if anything, maybe they're locked in. They should be locked in a little more. Because if they do go 4-2, there's an opportunity that they could be one of the 2 teams that advances on. So, you know, it's on top of that, every point matters as well. So even focusing on trying to get 1 round win, the kills on your opponent here as Dub City goes on the attack could be the right move. We do switch objectives, and so maybe an opportunity. Because again, Dub City, I believe, picked into this for the range and haven't gotten it, and so we'll see now that we have a little bit of a range objective. They can put something together. I'm getting the facts now. Yeah. 2 teams progress from each group stage. I didn't understand the rest of that explanation, but I got that 2 teams advance through each group stage. Into the action we go. NFI defending here for an opportunity to take a 2-0 start in their round robin group stage. Meanwhile, Game getting aggressive, trying to identify if it was a south spawn, utilizing utility and pushing forward. Once they find no one here, it's an indicator to the NFI defense that the Dub City Warriors team spawned on the other side of the map, so they are going to be over on the north as opposed to rotating up through the south. Game continues to invest in what seems to be a flank. Could pay off with a couple of kills if they're fortunate here. Depends on how aggressive they deploy this flank, and if they do continue to push, they may just be holding the lake for now, in which case they're a little bit late on that movement. Game Reaper does find Chill, though, as they peek up over to bunker. Grim Reaper tucks in, trying to identify where their team is. And yeah, Grim has really gotten things confused for this team, because now they have Game, who's on the other side, covering the lake, but Grim is also on the other side. You can see Grim is looking over here, trying to identify if they can see Game applying any pressure, but how long does Game stay here is the question, because they can just ignore them. Oh, they find a kill onto Addison in the middle bunker. Not an ideal start for Dub City, though, as they do lose one and another is downed and no longer... Oh, another goes down, still with one resible.
Outside.
Grim Reaper does find Game Reaper. Deadshot tries to find the kill there.
Mid gate in the south. Mid gate in the south. The front gate.
First kill, though, for Dub City, and
He will come from south.
interesting on this defensive setup. It is kind of stacked a little bit up in the north side. If they do rotate in from the hard south, I think it's going to actually be their best method of approach. Oh, and Sir Addison is easily resible.
Yeah, man. I'm in. Oh, watch, he's... No.
Brings it up into a 3v4.
Is that one of my spreads?
Concerned about any angles that could look in. No one is home watching. And I wonder what Grimm's plan is here. They've been rotating around here in the deep south. I think they maybe were taking any loot they could off of their enemy. And I think this is the way to go. 3 stacked up in the south entry point.
What's the echo, guys? Watch no idea. You're into your left.
Watch that same bar.
I do have Jittery that can turn around and peek here, but again,
Going south too.
it's Deadshot and Shadow that are here. Raph is rotating away from their position, and it might be just in time to reinforce this. Oh, Shadow does catch Addison.
Two of them.
Smokes are coming in. Deadshot applying some counter pressure with a flash up, and it's going to catch both of them. Deadshot can find the double, and they do. A big kill from them. NFI lock it up. Round number 5, game 2. 4-0-4-1. Not an ideal start for Dub City, but a perfect one for NFI. Near perfect. They hadn't let that 1 point come in. It really can't get much worse for Dub City, though, and they're going to have to do a lot of work in their next few games to get themselves in contention for that second place spot in the EU Group A. I think we are going to try to go and cut into map 2 of the other series that's being played. And so if you could give me a brief moment, we will be right back. Again, a quick shout out to everyone that is tuning in here. We do appreciate you for stopping by and hanging out and enjoying the action. I might actually be able to do this live here. You can bear with me. But yeah, we are trying to move over now to Dead Logic versus Newbies for their second map, if they haven't played it out yet. Might be over, though. Yeah, okay, I think that was their second map that got reported in on chat. But I'm not 100%. Go into the data. No, I think they just... Yeah, we should be going into a map 2 on Tanker. Okay. Excellent. So we are going to catch second map of the other round that was live here this afternoon. Do some magic there. Update you on the scores for map 1. On Suburbia, it was... to 4 the newbies. Go ahead and update to 12 to watch it. Again, bear with me as we sort technical elements of things here. No breaks for us. We go right into the action. we go. Suburbia ended up shaking out. And 3-4 in favor of newbies. Map 2. Now taking us over to Tanker. Where we're going to maintain this close quarters element here. And man, that is a long suburbia. I guess either a long suburbia or a very quick 2 maps that we had between our other 2 teams. NFI and Dove City, I don't know. But we're ready now for map number 2 here of Dead Logic and Newbies. I'm going to go ahead and jump in and take a look at our active rosters for the afternoon from both sides over on Dead Logic. We have Furious Daddy, Electric, Snow, Care, Watashima, and Oaks. And over on the newbies, we have SCX, Pet, Pete, Laidback Egg, Snooper, Emperor, and Mr. Trip. Pretty standard rosters here, and we are going to be going on to Tanker for our second map of the afternoon between these 2 teams. We are going to be following Dead Logic here going up against NFI, and so that certainly should be an exciting matchup depending on how Dead Logic end up taking or playing on this map. Again, the rounds 1 does matter if we do get into a situation where we're tied on maps 1, or excuse me, on series, on maps 1, and so to be 3-4. That loss is a lot, that's still good for Dead Logic to have taken it the distance like that. If you're going to lose, you want to lose like that, is basically what I'm getting at. They are ready to go. Both teams diving into map 2 of the series. The long day for these players. 6 total maps to be played out in a highly competitive state, so it was stressful and definitely going to be exciting to see how they deal with it as we do get into the later maps, the later rounds. For now, though, we go into map number 2. I think this is Dead Logic's map pick as well. So maybe they'll be able to turn the tides a little bit here and get a bit better of a score line for themselves. We're seeing a lot of pre-fire here to suppress Mr. Trip. It's the drum mag that allows them the time to get all the way up into the middle off of that suppressive fire, and Furious continues to hold the thumbstick forward as there's a trade down 1 lane. That's going to open up again this option for Furious to continue barreling down here from the underground. And the idea for Furious is that they're actually going to get around to the other side. Looks like Pete. Oh no. They deployed a Molotov. Either it broke on themselves unintentionally or they were trying to throw it and didn't throw it correctly, but it ends up killing themselves in the flame. And Dead Logic are setting up for a pinch. They're going to have Furious come in from the back. Maybe even try and secretly cap while the rest of the team is applying pressure from the front. Emperor getting aggressive, does manage to find a flash on the 1. Electric's prone here. A nice pickup from Emperor. They're looking to make it a double as Snow identifies this rotation. There's going to be a trade. Snow is down and Resible in the center. So Oaks should be able to rotate here and pick that up. Snooper's applying pressure, trying to capitalize off of what is going to be a res. They find 1 kill, but Snow did get up. So it's a 2v2. They need the support right now of Furious Daddy. Snooper finds that kill. Now it's a 1v2, and Furious still hasn't executed on the flank. The duo can cover well, and apologies for not having night vision on there. A little bit hard to see that action. I got to remember to just keep it on at all times when we're up here, because now we can't see crystal clear what was happening, instead of just flashes of light in the darkness, which is what a lot of these players do see. Obviously, most of them are using night vision with the map this dark as well, though. Otherwise, you're looking at stuff like that. I don't think Snooper's going to be ready for a flank here, so the Oh, the element of peeking out there. Furious should not have taken those shots. Maybe concerned that Snooper would react, but wait for them to peek with gun up. A lot slower. Played back on a rotation. Furious does identify that, but can't connect on the shots. Laid back's going to get the newbies a round one start. Sure. Start. Again, a shout out to everyone that is tuning in here this afternoon. Whether you're on Twitch at twitch.tv/VRMasterLeague, Facebook, YouTube, or Horizon venues, we do appreciate you stopping by, hanging out, and enjoying the action. If you are tuning in here and you are not from in the EU region or Canada, then we will be doing giveaways in the US region starting at 4 p.m. PST when the NA round robin begins. That'll be giveaways of HyperX products like mice, keyboards, microphones, headsets, giving away multiple items throughout the course of the weekend here. Well, not this weekend, but the multiple weekends of postseason that will be live on twitch.tv/VRMasterLeague. So I would recommend that if you are in the US region, that you do tune in later this afternoon for the NA round robin. Obviously, stick around here too, because I anticipate there to be some very good games coming up. Whether it's between Dead Logic and NFI, or I believe we're gonna head over to NFI and NFI and the newbies will be a good one. That'll be our third matchup that we'll be tuning into. Definitely a lot of good games to be played out here today, and so I'm looking forward to what we get out of the rest of the EU round robin.
Where is it?
We're only in round one.
Oh my god, that's so bright. Where's the bright thing?
The aggressive defense here. Electric getting very far forward. Transfers nicely to the second floor and finds the kill. Emperor does dump a pretty good flash, and Electric prones in cover.
I think someone pushed left. Chicken, there's a guy front left. Oh no, he's not middle. He's middle.
Emperor hears the comms coming in from Oaks and is not going to be ready for Electric on the corner, but they see them through the box and find the kill. What is the play here for the duo underground? Snooper gets challenged by Snow through the smoke. They're going to find that kill.
-1.
One down on the bottom floor. Emperor gets Snow up top. Furious Daddy and Oaks are alone in a 1v3. No one has eyes on objective at this point as Furious does rotate around. There's an opportunity for the newbies to punch in the code and cap. Mr. Tripp has Tablet out behind cover. They're going to be killed. Emperor's up next as a potential capper, but Oaks is here to defend. The newbies are down to just one in a 1v1 as the trade happens on the corner. It is all up to SCX as they rotate around on the flank. A lot of time on the clock. scanning every sector before they advance forward here, and ultimately they're going to have to push up into objective space. Oaks is holding a very late angle. And it's really just a matter of if SCX has any utility to dump up and over here. Oh, they may actually also be able to identify the toe of Oaks through the wall. They do continue this rotation. So quiet as both of these players really listening in, trying to identify footsteps. Oaks actually has rotated off that now. They're taking a pretty big risk in this spot. Really anticipating this flank. Because they are essentially completely open to where the team would normally be pushing from. Oh, but they hear those footsteps of Pet, and now they're going to see him through the window. And Pet does almost get inside, but a nice rotation from Oaks. Does get dead logicked around. The 1v1 concludes in a tie 1-1 on Tanker. Water somewhere. A brief pause as Dead Logic has already a technical issue. Have one disconnect and reconnect. And I suppose this pause is as good a time as any to promote our sponsors of the VRML. Those sponsors include Pro2BR, offering fantastic haptic feedback mounts that can really enhance your immersion in-game, all the way to from the full stock mounts down to pistol mounts. Again, to really enhance that haptic feedback immersion when you're playing any shooter. Very cool tools that I would recommend checking out. And we also just have your standard stocks to help stabilize aim if you want to become an expert sniper in a game like Onward. VR Cover, one of our other sponsors, offers fantastic comfort options for any VR headset. Check out VR Cover over at vrcover.com. Stereon, one of our other sponsors for the Onward League, coming in with fantastic RGB mounts and mats that you can put on your floor that help identify where you are in your play space. You know that when you're at the edge of a mat, you're pretty close to a wall. It's a really nice way of not having to have really any fear and running into the walls by having those mats deployed. And you can actually get $5 off any product you buy if you go to Asterion. Oh shoot, I don't have the blurb in front of me. I do. No, I don't. It's the code, if you use it when you go to AsterianProducts.com, is VRML5, the number 5, off at Asterion. I'll get you $5 off any purchase over 20. And we're going back into the action. We'll get to the rest of our sponsors and the in-between next round, but we got kills to look at here. Death up through the middle as a suppressive fire and push comes in from the bottom lane. And some pretty good aggression from the newbies here on defense coming up through the middle. They really wanted to establish control of this space, and they have gotten it. That investment, though, does make them weak through the tunnels. Oh no, and a team kill. Why? Oaks ended up tagging Furious Daddy in the back. Do not confirm that team kill. And there we go. They're going to be able to push all the way up here. Get this revive. Furious was working their way stealthily underneath, but now both from Snow and Oaks, Snooper should have heard those footsteps. You can see Oaks has heard Snooper rotating. They're concerned that there could be a flank in order here. That's what Oaks is tucked in for on this side. We're waiting to see if Snooper's going to drop down the stairs. It's a very defensive position on offense, so I doubt Snooper would really be ready for it, but I think they heard Oaks rotating. Doesn't look like Snooper will commit, and either way, that rotation from Snooper has bought this newbie's defense a lot of time. Curious Daddy looking to work their way up these steps. Could be running into Mr. Tripp any moment, and they can't connect on the shots. Mr. Tripp finds the head, though, and that's going to be an instant death. Now go on board Snow and Oaks, who are going to try and make their way up through the top floor. Snooper's already dropped back, but if Snooper was here, they could have been a threat to this duo. Either way, 4v3. Dead Logic not looking good on this attack.
I'm gonna go to the opposite building.
I feel like Oaks and Snow is like Jobs and Ha or something. It's got a real good rhythm to it. If anyone wanted to make a buddy cop movie, honestly, Oaks and Snow, come on. Those are good last names. We'll see if the buddy cop duo can make their way out of this one. Again, a 4v2. Snooper still holding a pretty forward angle, but they are fully covered. Snow won't see them until they commit to this push, and then that's likely to be a trade. They also have Mr. Tripp with a line, a very tight one, down through here. Pretty good coverage up through the middle here from this defense, honestly. Oh, and Oaks seemed like they were almost going to team kill Snow there. Snooper does give away their position as they find the kill. They try to drop back, but Oaks nicely does apply the pressure. Finds that kill, takes a check on the tablet on where the rest of their team is, and it's just them. Laid back is getting aggressive. They almost catch the ankle. Oh, yes, they do, as Oaks goes pro, and they'll find the leg. And the newbies do defend. Up 2-1. What I believe to be their opponent's map pick. You know, at this stage, when we're in the round robin with these teams at this level, there is very few weak points. You know, I mean, even when you look at yesterday with the Challenger Cup Finals, KFOT was 33rd worldwide, and they were playing up against a team that was ranked 10 on a map they were not good at, and they were competing well. I mean, you know, when you get into this, the point being that when you get into this postseason, anything can go. You know, the stats of a full season do give you some idea of what you can expect from a team, but you know, now's the time when teams will break out maybe unique strategies they've been practicing and holding off from deploying regularly. Maybe brand new strategies that they've been working up to try and outsmart or outwit their opponent. You know, there's a lot of potential here when you do get into the final weekends of the postseason. And especially with Season 13 being as competitive as it was, I'm really looking forward to, again, even more matchups here this afternoon. Obviously, some good ones have come through already. NFI really playing very good Onward, and now just a solid battle here between these two. Again, I'm looking forward to our next matchup, which is going to be NFI versus Dead Logic. Newbies will go on to fight Dub City. That matchup's sure to be good. And then NFI versus the Newbies. Into the action we go, though, for round number 4. On map number 2 in game number 1 of 3 games to be played out here this afternoon. Pretty aggressive early smoke application here. Snow is able to work through it and does establish a pretty forward defensive position where they can deploy some utility. The entirety of the newbies is crashing in. Laid back finds one. Trip scoops up Electric. The C4 doesn't pay off. Care, prone, scoops up a kill. If they decide to peek out, they could find themselves in a world of hurt as they are being pressured. SCX rotating on the outside, a trade there between the two. Meanwhile, Oaks just on the other side of the cargo crates from Snooper. Laid back, pushing up. They'll get team killed, unfortunately. Snooper goes behind the defense, gets very close to objective. Where is Furious to prevent the cap? They're coming crashing back, and Snooper, almost aware of this potential rotation, sees Furious here. They now take Tablet out and cap on the corner. Oh, I go for that kill. Newbies could have locked in map number 2. Either way, they take a 3-1 lead off of a pretty good Marsoc round. Still, though, could have been map 2 done. Taking a look at the fine folks in chat and our KDs here this afternoon. 5-2 for Snooper on the newbies. Everyone really actually coming alive there, but because this game has been so close, Dead Logic also finding kills. Only one actually even on the KD. But that's the difference in being kind of stomped and playing pretty competitively, and so at the very least, I do think Dead Logic are hanging in there. To my point earlier, a 2-0 out the gate doesn't put you down into that, puts you out of this tournament. What we could be looking at right now is 2 teams that are 2-0. We then go into the newbies. Dead Logic versus NFI, and the newbies versus Dub City Warriors. There could be an opportunity there where the newbies and NFI go 4-0. And then there wouldn't be an opportunity for those 2 teams that have lost today to come back. Just trying to do all the calculations in my head in terms of what potential scorelines could look like. And, well, that can, you can if you do bracket calculations, you know that can get...
That's the point.
There's a lot of what-ifs, a lot of possibilities out there. Back into the action we go here, though, for map number 2. Dead Logic not out of it yet. They have a Marsoc around here to try and put points together, put them on the board, keep themselves in their map pick on Tanker.
How you doing?
Emperor getting aggressive as Snow is suppressed on the window. Trade between Snow and Emperor. Oh, Laidback actually ends up full killing Emperor in that process to find that kill. Could have been rezzed off of that trade, but either way, it's 3 down on Dead Logic and 2 for newbies, so 3v2 advantage. First minute of the round, 5 people dead. Curious what the plan is for the duo here at Dead Logic. Whoa. That was scary. Thought there might have been a team kill there. Electric. I guess just making sure it was their own team behind them. Call out does come in, though, from Trip that they are underneath. Oh, and Laidback may come down here to challenge. Wonder if Electric's thinking about pushing up the stairs here. That could could be risky. Laid back's gone back upstairs, so they're not going to continue to challenge. And electric is going to go around for that full rotation to the backside of the tanker. Take a look at the overhead. See where their teammate is, and they're still in the middle, underground. Just lagging a little bit behind, maybe, if anything, playing a little bit of a flank defense. To prevent somebody like Laid Back from rotating in and flanking. In addition, it would be nice to have Furious push up from the stairs while that electric rotation draws attention. If anything, it already has, because Laid Back has completely rotated, and so Furious has the ability to push up to the top floor pretty free. The stairwell room is open. Laid Back is watching the
I killed one.
exit of it. And now as they rotate back, Furious might be here set up and ready. Electric has made it up to the top floor. SCX seems dialed in here, though. Laid Back does find the kill on the Furious, and now it's a matter of Electric pushing in here. SCX still, again, is holding the ultimate exit point here. See the barrel of SCX's gun. If Electric was looking, they would see it. Down goes SCX. That is the start. Now they have to be worried about Laid Back applying pressure. Oh, and I find the back of Laid Back here. No, Laid Back is aware and ready. Has to stay alive, has to battle this out, and does find the kill. Takes damage, but finds the kill. Electric is not letting this one up just yet. 1v1 with the res available. Mr. Tripp, unlikely to rotate around for it. And if anything, the call out should come in from SCX on this location. They heard something behind it, but they are running out of time. 15 seconds. The tablet comes out. Very risky, Mr. Tripp. They could have actually capped right here if they didn't have to push that far forward. There might have been a real route where they did get that code. Oh my goodness, I didn't even see that. What a risk to take. Doesn't quite pay off, and the newbies end up securing their second map. And ultimately, the series, much like NFI, both teams remain undefeated. Now we're going to go to a brief break while we prepare for our next round of action. And when we come back, it will be NFI versus Dead Logic. Don't go anywhere. 4 more maps to be played out today between the EU region. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the EU Round Robin Group A. My name is Nightfire with 2 E's. We are here for our third map of the afternoon, 3 of 6. So right at the midway point here. First, we're going to be jumping into Dead Logic versus NFI for a 2-map series. And if we have time, we'll follow up and join over to the Newbies versus Dub City. They'll be battling it out, and if we have time, we'll jump over into that game to catch the last of their fourth map, most likely. But again, we are here for Dead Logic versus NFI. Map number 1 is going to be Abandoned to kick things off between the two. Interesting map choice coming in from NFI. Trying to get a little bit of range between them and Dead Logic, maybe recognizing Dead Logic preferring that close quarters combat on Suburbia and Tanker. Although they didn't execute too well on Tanker, so either way, a bit more range here this afternoon with Abandoned, and we are just waiting for that 5th from NFI to connect in, and we will be diving into round 1 here shortly. We can take a look at the active rosters over on Dead Logic's side. We have Game Reaper, Just Do It, Shadow Warrior, Deadshot, and Raffaello. Raphael? I don't know. And over on NFI, we have Kara Watashima, Snow, Furious Daddy, Electric, and Oaks, I believe, should be their 5th if they do connect. Otherwise, it would be a sub from their previous roster in the matchup just before. And the only reason I remember that is because of the great buddy cop duo Snow and Oaks. But yes, we are just waiting for that 5th to reconnect for NFI, and then we will be jumping into, again, our third map of the afternoon. If you are tuning in here today, the EU Round Robin has 6 total maps played out. Each team plays the other team in 2 maps. The general format being here that each team gets to ban 2 maps as well. It's why we're not showing or representing the bans down beneath us. And then each team gets to pick a map. And so Dead Logic being the home team, this is actually going to be Dead Logic's map pick, excuse me. I said it was NFI's, but NFI's starting on home. So the indicator there that it is Dead Logic's map pick. And then NFI will be picking the map in map 2. But either way, only one, we don't have that third map to be played out, even though it shows TBD. We only play 2 maps here this afternoon. And then at the end of playing all 6 maps, playing every team on 2 maps, then we have 2 winners. The 2 best teams that have the best win rate, the most maps won. If there's any ties for second place, then we'll actually end up taking the points won to determine who will advance forward. And so even the points that are won in a round matter, even if you lose. So if we're to technically look at things, Dead Logic is in a better place than their counterpart that is also 0-2 Dub City Warriors, because they went 3-4 on their first map. So they did get quite a few points on the board, unlike Dub City, who only got 1 point across 2 maps. And so I guess if we're looking at ranks, it's NFI, the Newbies, Dead Logic, and Dub City Warriors currently 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, respectively. Going to be big for Dub City if they can manage to spoil, or if Dead Logic can here against NFI get a round or 2, because then that'll really shake things up for our final matchup of the afternoon between the Newbies and NFI. Otherwise, we may just kind of be getting a preview of what we will be seeing in the EU finals next weekend. Because from there, we take the 2 teams from today, the 2 teams from tomorrow, and we pair them up against in a semifinals-finals battle. And so that'll be pretty exciting to tune into. And very much looking forward, obviously, to that postseason element. But looks like we do have Oaks in lobby for NFI, and we are going to be getting into Abandoned for map numero 3. Again, technically map 1 in this series. NFI on defense, Dead Logic on the attack.
Everyone, stop the recording. Okay, I'm gonna put this D4 over here.
Oh, and I actually might have... Oh, I have the teams reversed. Apologies. So I did have it right. initially. This is NFI's map pick. That does make sense. That's what I thought it was. Okay, yeah, it makes sense now. NFI trying to get the range against Dead Logic. Trouble is we have to manually identify them where they spawned in on the first round because that mini-map not showing us their initial approach. The overhead map not either, and so we're going to have to go and find that they spawn in the south here. Game Reaper advancing forward and then droning. That drone's going to go out and try and identify anybody inside the two or three story here. Might find electric. Yeah, they are going to at least identify electric. Does get shot down though, and that's going to be important because if it did manage to come inside, could have maybe identified some positions. Oaks was pretty tucked in. Everyone was pretty tucked in. I don't know they would have gotten too much, but at the very least, Game Reaper knows there's one in this two-story here, and so you can see them now advancing a little bit more cautiously up here. Turn on the lasers to give you an idea of where their line of sight is. If you are just tuning in and enjoying the action, you're here for our third map. You're here for the Onward Season 13 EU Round Robin. You don't know what Onward is? Well, it's a 5 versus 5 military simulator. Search and destroy style of objective. The blue team, NFI, currently is attacking the objective. The orange team, Dead Logic, is defending. They're trying to get within a certain radius of that objective to punch in a code. 7-digit code that'll get them 2 points. Otherwise, the defense is trying to last for what is now 3 minutes left on the clock or kill the opposing team. And time is an element that this NFI squad has to be considerate of. I'm sure they're aware. 3 minutes is a lot of time to work with. Especially with game already here on that west side building. If they can take control of this, get electric out, it's going to be big. And electric might not be ready for this kind of rotation. Oh, I don't think they saw a Game Reaper there. And if game had just held the stairs a little longer, they could have found a kill.
He's 3-story upstairs. He's 3-story upstairs.
Oh no, the call out there almost gets Game Reaper killed. As the nade comes out, and now Game is dialed in here waiting to see if Electric is going to get a little peeky out these doorways. Electric unlikely to know that Game has managed to get all the way up here already. But it does seem like they are tucking in and waiting for this NFI team to come to them. Game Reaper has to stay silent, otherwise Electric can swing quickly. Game Reaper is going to stand up and go for the quick peek, and they are going to see Electric in the corner. Now they have control of this west side building, and it can really give them a good line down into the objective space.
Three-story top side clear.
Now that this is clear as well, it does open up the option for the other trio to make their way forward relatively uncontested. They actually should know now that at least that west side is safe. They do still have to be worried about the east side apartments. That's what Raph and Deadshot are trying to work through. Just Do It could come up right through the middle, though. While the rest of the team pinches on the edges. It looks like Dead Logic aren't going to really identify anything until it happens, and that's a real nice smoke. You can tell practice as they throw it and gets it stuck up there on the curve to perfectly block the window, or doorway, excuse me. And Just Do It is going to just do it. They're going to work through this smoke. Oh, and Furious sees them in it. NFI are down to 3. Dead Logic still at 4. Smokes are out, though, and Shadow able to rotate around. Meanwhile, Raft potentially pinching into this objective space finally to help on the other side of things. Oh. They don't kill Care out of a concern that it could have been a teammate. Could have been a free kill. Instead, though, they're going to end up smoking Care. And it's not a full smoke. The call out comes in that there's one on Snow. Care certainly did see them through the corner of that smoke, though. And so Dead Logic does hold down round 1. Impressive job out the gate here, coming down from 2 map losses. Challenge NFI like this and take a round 1 start is a good way to go. Let's see how NFI decide to bounce back here, but a good Volk hold. Curious to see how Dead Logic approach this, but I imagine it is going to be the pacing here will be likely, you know, us taking those full 6 minutes each round, really to allow teams to circle, encircle on the objective and get into position, especially again because Abandoned is a big map. From north to south, it might actually be the longest map. No, it has to be the longest map from north to south. That is in Onward. East to west, not so much, but nonetheless, it is one of. I wonder if it's actually footage-wise bigger than Downfall. You know what? Quarantine might be close to as long. No, not even. Might be close to as long. A debate for you fine folk in chat as we get back into it for round number 2. NFI versus Dead Logic with NFI on the defense now. We swap sides every round as we do in the game of Onward. We swap objectives every 2 rounds. And it looks like Dead Logic are going to get that same spawn that NFI did.
Yeah, look for the pill peaks.
Okay.
I don't believe you when you told me you only had a few drinks.
Yeah.
Look out right here. They're gonna have a guy up from 3-story watching this cross.
At least one of the Dead Logic players is feeling good this afternoon as they, I suppose for the EU side of things, it's probably late night for them. But all 4 of Dead Logic here are pushing up through this lane. 1 over on the beach side on the opposite end on the west. It is a pretty heavy stack here. Following the point shooter here, Electric, as they
4v5.
slowly work this 4-player, what is it, quintuplet up here? Oh, Furious lost one on a disconnect. Oh, no. That's unfortunate. The nature of playing online, you can be subject to something like that sometimes. And Raph seems to have identified or heard that there's 1 or 2 on their side. Electric also hearing these comms. Using the pipes for any coverage they can get. Almost gets naded by their teammate. Wonder if there was almost a team kill there between Electric and Furious as well. Pretty hard to identify that this is a teammate in the tunnel when it's so dark like this. So impressive that Furious didn't take the shots.
North side of the middle apartment and one on the south side of the middle apartment.
Raph, meanwhile, communicating freely with the team on positions of the enemy on their side, as they hear it at least. Oh no! There's no way that worked. Wow, Raph baits out a team kill. I mean, if that was intentional, it's got to be one of the more high-level plays I've seen. They shoot an enemy pistol so that the teammate snaps over to that location and just takes the shot because they hear the enemy fire. They end up team killing, and Dead Logic's down to 3. Otherwise, could have just been your run-of-the-mill team kill. Shadow Warrior nearly finds himself a piece of Raph. Fortunate that Raph did move out there. Oh no, excuse me, that was Dead Shot that took the shot. I thought Shadow Warrior was taking those shots up at the 2-story. Those Dead Shots shooting up over the top of the tank. There's a nade. Goes just over the wall and catches Snow out. Just do it. Is going to find the confirm, and uh-oh, a flank is coming in. Raph scoops up one. Electric finds themselves completely pinched. Game Reaper behind them. There's a battle here on the backside. This game tries to find the shots. Can't quite connect. Ducks down to cover. He's going to deploy a flash. Does that catch Electric? Don't believe it did. Electric was in cover. They're going to be able to swing out, and they're going to be able to find that kill. Raph now looking for it out over the top of the 2-story, and they're going to get it down onto Electric. NFI put up a solid defensive round themselves. This is what we are in store for today. Good quality back and forth. I am essentially locked in for what is going to be a bunch of games this afternoon. If you are just tuning in here, this is the EU round robin again, tied 1 apiece here between NFI and Dead Logic, but we will be having the NA round robin at 4 p.m. PST. We'll also be doing giveaways to the US region only during that stream. I do apologize for EU folks that are tuning in. I know it's unfortunate, but we only have the opportunity to give away these products to the US region, and so we will be doing that during the NA challenge round robin group stage, Group A, which again starts at 4 p.m. PST. You can get your hands on some HyperX products during that stream, like mics, keyboards, mouse, and headset. I need to pick a plural and stick with it when I do that. Anyway, that's the grammar person in me. Do be sure to tune into that, but also obviously stick around for this because we do have what I anticipate to be a pretty hype matchup. A bit of a look into the EU finals, if not the EU semis, where we are going to have newbies and NFI duking it out. And although NFI have been playing well, at least right now, they are being challenged by Dead Logic. I'm curious what the scoreline is over on the newbies game as well to see how they're doing. But we switch objectives every 2 rounds. It takes us over to the inside building here. And spawns are randomized, so it looks like NFI are going to get that quick spawn to try and push in on this objective as we get into round 3. I think the plan might be from NFI. Play this spawn quiet. Throw off the Dead Logic team and their scent on where we could be approaching from. And then be right here. Able to approach objective whenever they do decide to push in. Interestingly enough, when you do take an inventory of Dead Logic's defense, they have anybody. They have anybody looking for early angles. experiencing some audio technicalities over there on the Dead Logic side, but just looking at their defense, they are all set up inside. Has its big risks because, you know, you could get all flashed, all grenaded, especially in tight quarters like that. But it also does eliminate the option of NFI finding any of these picks here out of this advantageous quick spawn. And ultimately, no matter where they had spawned in from, they're going to have to push this objective. Listen in.
Do you think we can go slowly close and then go all of us in? Like, let's get slow. Okay.
Always like to hear the strategizing, and yeah, they are analyzing. You know, again, they're identifying what we've identified. Nobody's peaked. Raph takes that as well. We're here close. Why not just crouch our way up? We got 3.5 minutes. Crouch walk all the way up to the objective and then just charge in together, synced up through doors.
Watch out the C4s.
They're all inside, I think. It's not.
They might be all inside.
Game is analyzing
One's on the east side.
that defense. I think they're trying to look through. Now, there's no windows, so they're trying to look through the doorway. They must have, or yeah, look at where the drone was. It was trying to identify the position, and it might have found Oaks. They said one on the east side, so no, it's just snow that they know is there that shot down the drone. Still, though, NFI kind of puzzled by how to approach this one. I think they have the idea to encircle and push in, but that does take a good bit of execution. Hard to do in the chaos as well and avoid team kills, so I have to see what their pinch ends up looking like. Just Do It is thinking about just doing it. If they do, they'll find Care with an angle here and Oaks with an angle. Again, though. Oh, the C4 identified. A big identification on the C4. Dumps rounds over the top. Doesn't catch Care. Oaks pops up and over, and there's a trade.
I traded. There's one on. I traded with one. There's a second one by my.
Now comes the push. Raph from underneath. Game and Shadow from up top. The flashes are in. Down goes Stairwell defense. Blind fire comes in from Care. And they do not have the effective defensive angles as Game shoots down on top of them. Electric's Molotov going to end up killing them. And Furious is alone to defend this objective. Raph finds them in the corner. They're going to find the kill. And NFI enter in with success and take that round 2-1. And, you know, I think the risk showcased of staying stacked inside like that, especially if you lose top floor control, you're in for a world of hurt. Flashes can come down, nades can come down. Even though you're in the dark corners, players are aware of the threat of those corners and will sometimes just pre-fire. And so ultimately, a good effort, but not exactly a safe setup. And I mean, it was 2 left alive for Dead Logic, so they were battling back, trading at least somewhat in those fights. But yeah, Game Reaper from that top floor really did some damage. We swap sides now, and it's NFI's turn to defend the same objective. Dead Logic will get a chance to attack. The spawn points for Dead Logic is randomized, though, and so they could get that close spawn. They could spawn essentially in the center of the map instead, where they have a much different trek to make. Have to see what we get as we go to KD for the afternoon. 4-2 for games so far in 3 rounds. Pretty impressive. Nobody else really stand out shooting, though. You know, some negative KDs on NFI's team. That shows you just how close these rounds have been. And so we'll see how NFI defend this one. It looks like Dead Logic are going to get that different spawn point. They do have a bit more distance to travel before they can get to the objective, but they could also stay relatively hidden by just hugging this alleyway.
Yes, sir.
8383227.
Well, that's an easy code.
8383227.
My question is, was this identified by Game Reaper as they rotated?
Wait.
Seems like they're investing an interesting amount of priority into making sure that that west hilltop is clear. Maybe they've seen NFI push out and get aggressive on defense before. Oh, and Game Reaper is going to find the first kill.
One down on the east.
Definitely saw that rotation. At least I think they would have.
No.
Not really seeing much of a shift, though. And wow, what a different defense, huh? Shadow Warrior deep in the south here, actually watching the west side. Just Do It has eyes out. Raph is about to peek out on a potential flank here and have a pinch onto the side of at least Electric. Oh, the nade. That's the right choice. That's the right choice, Raph. Flash comes in. It blinds Electric. Furious Snow. Care also dropping back, but Snow does push up and finds the kill. 2 dead in the chaos, and NFI have a 4v2 advantage. Just Snow and Care left. Just Do It, a big threat out this window here. Crouched down with 3/4 cover and firing out onto this team. Oh, and they're going to see Care? No, they don't see Care through the smoke, so Care does get past. Shadow Warriors on a flank. We have to go on board them as they do find the kill on the Care.
There's another one.
Now it's all up to Snow alone, but this is looking like NFI taking a bit deeper of a lead. 3-1 if they can find Shadow here. And there it is. The kill comes through. NFI secure themselves a 3-1 lead now in a very quick defensive round with a very different defensive style. Love to see it. Not that I'm happy that Dead Logic loses, but I love to see that variety in play style here, even at this level. NFI looking to take this thing and go 3-0 in the group stage. Again, if they go 4-0, I think they're all but securing themselves a position at this stage. Trying to think again of the probabilities here, the possibilities even. All right, so here's one such scenario that could roll out. We could have one map go to Dub City, one map go to Newbies. That puts Newbies at 3-1 and Dub City at 1-3. You could then have NFI beat the Newbies and make them 3-3, and the 1-3 team could win 2 maps and go up to 3-3. So there could be a scenario, depending on how these maps unfold and if Dead Logic or Dub City can get a win, that we do have a 3-3 tie. But if Dead Logic and Dub City don't get a win and NFI and the Newbies remain undefeated, then I think they do guarantee advancement, because it's impossible for either team to go 4-2, and that would be the worst that the Newbies could do. So there's a scenario here where we just kind of get a fun matchup between NFI and Newbies where both of them have already qualified if they're both 4-0. But that's a bit of a ways to go. We're not there yet. And that's just one of, again, several scenarios that could unfold here as we get back into the action for round number 5. Every 2 rounds we swap objectives, and so we are to a new OBJ. NFI have swapped sides. They are attacking this new objective, and All the way over in the north side this time. North objective. Definitely a bit easier to defend, in my opinion. See that drone get deployed. Essentially what that player is doing is driving the drone on a tablet, and they're seeing the drone camera on that tablet. So ideally they saw Furious Daddy in the corner. Not sure what I just saw there. It looked like a C4 was thrown. But if it was thrown anywhere in this area, it's too close to the objective to be detonated. You can't put a C4 within a certain radius of the objective. Part of the game mechanic. So you can, but it won't be able to be detonated. The EMFs from the OBJ interfere with it. That's the lore, I guess. Hard objective to attack, though. NFI does have an early advantage, which is nice. They ultimately still have to push past Furious's angle. Work their way along the beach, potentially, as well. At the overhead, well, let's get on board. At the overhead, we can see that we do have, again, 2 over on that beach side. Catching out that beachside aggression. And if anything, it looks like it's kind of the weak element of Dead Logic's defense in terms of coverage. If you're curious what was happening there, Deadshot was rotating with the tablet in hand because you're essentially using it as a mini radar. A mini-map would be the best way of describing it. And you can see on the edges of the mini-map the general location of your teammates. So, you know, as you spin, you can kind of like triangulate your teammates and get a rough position of where they are before you move in, so that when you do advance forward and you do go for the attack, you kind of know, I got teammates over here. If I see something there, I'm not going to want to shoot it right away. Again, this is what the player sees. There is no name tags, no UI, nothing for them to identify their teammates off of other than voice and, you know, the physical appearance of them, how high they are, how tall they are. That's why collecting data and having that information is important at all times. Now push forward. I'll turn name tags back on and give you the line of sight so that we get a bit better in a viewing experience in Game Reaper. Kicks things off with a kill on Furious. That opens this up. Now NFI can pinch in. Game actually pushing up right through the center undetected. That's a big threat. Oaks is still deep on defense. Game could potentially find that kill if they're looking for it. Although actually the tree is blocking their vision. No, it's the rock. Can't quite see Oaks defending there. May allow them to kind of slip past Oaks, if anything, and get up to Care. Electric does get rid of 1 on the beach. Shots come in from Oaks and forces a bit of rotating. It does draw Game Reaper's attention, but Oaks actually catches the kill first. Shadow Warrior finds Electric on the beach side. Down goes Oaks. Care does pick off Deadshot trying to cap, but now Care is the last one alive. They have to find 2 more kills to keep Dead Logic in this map, or else it's going to be 4-1. And a lot of suppressive fire coming in. Shadow just skims the shoulders of Care here. Raph just outside. Advancement coming in quick from Shadow, not wasting any time pushing up to the middle. They seem to know right where Care is. The flash also comes in. Shadow's just looking for the angle. Oh, they're going to find it. Care goes down. NFI take map number 1. Securing Dead Logic's map pick. No. Securing their map pick. Now we go to Dead Logic's pick. Yes, I believe that is correct. Either way, 4-1. They're now 3-0 overall in the round robin group stage, and we have to see where we're headed from here. What is our map number 2? What do Dead Logic want to try and do to bounce back in this? NFI is a tough opponent. No easy W's are going to come out from there. I think NFI actually is the #1 seed in the EU division, and so it's no surprise that they are performing as well as they are. Definitely a skilled and practiced team. A team that is also filled with players that have been around in the league for a little bit. They have the experience of competing at a high level. But yes, we are just waiting for our second map pick, and then we'll get right into it. Take a look. I wonder if we have any reports. Oh, wow. Getting a report from Typic, it was 4-0 for newbies on map 1. So we are barreling down into what could be a 4-0 in terms of maps for NFI and newbies. Both of these teams obviously playing well this afternoon. And again, just waiting for our second map pick. It's too early to give up. Like I said, if you can win one map here, then Dead Logic, or again, Dub City, could have an opportunity to take 2 maps in their next matchup, because that'll be Dub City versus Dead Logic. Could have then, like I said, that 3-3 tie, depending on how map 4, 5, and 6 go for NFI and Dead Logic, but an interesting pick. Trying to throw a bit of a curveball at their opposing team by choosing into a night map. One that I haven't actually think I've seen picked in night. But we're headed to Quarantine Night, map number 2. Or excuse me, not Quarantine, Snow Peak. I've seen Quarantine Night. Snow Peak Nighttime for map number 2 here in this series. I think this, to me, is a not a last-ditch effort, but definitely an attempt to throw off their opponent, NFI, in the map pick phase. Picking night, rarely played by a lot of teams, and also does force the use of night vision. In the game of Onward, you have a set amount of points that you allocate to your kit. Everything costs points, from guns to attachments. And the night vision costs points. What this does is it ends up impacting how many smoke grenades or how many flashbangs, or even what kind of attachments a player brings onto their guns in addition to night vision, because it impacts how many total points they can allocate there. So, you know, there is that strategic element that I think these teams are going for here, in the Dead Logic's going for here in this night map choice, but curious to see how NFI do on this one, especially since, yeah, they did just play it against right? I'm mixing up my games. Yeah. They did just play it against Dub City. And won, so we'll see if night's enough of an element. Getting into it, round number 1 of map number 2 on Snow Peak. Even darker than this, if you can believe it, but we have some bit of night vision here to help us see. And it is going to be a south spawn. Not a quick spawning garage, but curious to see how they want to try and push in here. This first objective not really going to play very much into that night vision element, because I believe there's lighting inside this bunker throughout all of the rooms, so Night vision not even required for this first objective. Still is a bit darker once you do get inside, but it's not a whole lot different than you were pushing in normally here. Like I said, it's a well-lit underground bunker. And so you actually are seeing, oh, interesting, Just Do It is taking night vision. They have Shadow Warrior, and who is that way in the south? Game Reaper on a big flank right now. They have one element that's defending from a flank. I don't know that it's going to be identifying this rotation from Game, though. And it's kind of late. Yeah, they're still rotating down into that lake side, and so Game actually is going to get right behind this Dead Logic team as they are applying pressure early. Snow and Raph kind of duking it out with utility usage. Again, just waiting for Game to keep pushing up on the flank. Could pay off big here. I don't know that anyone from Dead Logic is really looking behind them at this point. Oh, Oaks should have heard these footsteps. They are going to check. And they will find that kill. Very big shutdown there that gives Dead Logic an advantage now as Raft evens the odds back 4-4. Snow maybe pushing in a little bit too early. Rest of the team not necessarily there.
Magnet.
Ooh, Electric does get across.
Two guys, one
Both managed to get across there. A dead shot identifying this. Smokes are out, so they can't see this rotation here. Meanwhile, Raph battling Furious on the other side, other doorway. Dead Logic really trying to draw their attention. Just Do It catches Electric.
On your exit.
And a lot of callouts coming in here to help identify enemy positions here. Make it very easy to take the shots. Deadshot nearly catches Oaks on the corner, but again, can't connect. Furious Daddy and Raph are battling it out, and Raph is the one that comes out on top. Deadshot finds Oaks dead in the main lane, and it's all up to Kara. Excuse me, Care. Oh, is there an angle here? Stay silent, Care. Don't make him... Don't make a sound. Let Shadow check this. But don't make a sound. Don't shoot the gun. There's a real route here where Care can push all the way up to objective. Shadow's going to check, though, and that's going to give it away. Yep, there's the kill. Now everyone's going to look over to this side. And now they have to win a 1v3. Little confirm shot to make sure that there's no communication from that down player. I think they have an accurate kill count, so it's not surprising that all three aren't dialed in here. As I say that, Just Do It, throwing out some utility. Gonna try and apply pressure. They almost get caught out for it. There it is, but a trade gets NFI the round with 2 left alive on the backside by objective. Another good start for NFI, albeit a nice contest there from the final attacker, but ultimately not enough. And again, that night vision choice not really playing much of an impact on that map. Or excuse me, that objective in particular. Won't be until we really get outside that darkness will have much of an impact and the night vision will be required, but pretty good hold there from NFI, and I think a lot of it does circle back to the comms coming through. Very active, accurate, and the team is reacting off of it. So they're it's really just good teamwork coming in from this NFI team. It's what you'd expect at a top level. It's what gets you to that top level, is that next tier of communication and really being locked in and having those accurate comms as a team. So definitely hats off to NFI for how they're playing so far. It's going to be interesting to see them go up against the newbies, because again, I think that's a bit more of a preview as to what we'll see in the semis and finals potentially. Interesting. Currently, tied 1-1 on map 2 for newbies versus DC. Again, like I said, one win could put this into a potential space where we could have a 3-3 tie to decide our second place.
What did you take? Oh, okay.
Go over here, like, just sat right at these boxes, just having a great old time, you know?
Care tucking in, and NFI slowly working their way to the inside of the objective building. Gonna be a bit of time. Teams to push up here. I've got 9 more maps to cast today, so not a whole lot going on. I might just stay quiet and we'll wait till it unfolds.
Yeah, don't worry, just relax. We just need to defend. Like, we don't know where they are. We just have to deal with it.
Haven't seen the RPG before. In a comp scene, no less.
I hear a drone.
Noah's doing their best to get eyes over the top of that corner. Throws a C4. That the RPG catches 2 in the north.
Coming up. Get ready to push. Get ready. Shoot.
Snow does team kill, or does confirm 1, but game is still down in Resable. Unlikely to happen with 3 minutes left. I don't know they have the time to rotate all the way around. I think they do with Shadow. But RPG gets 2 in the north. Rest of Dead Logic set up and waiting. NFI still have not pushed in from the other side.
Yeah, I'm on the main tool. What are you gonna do about it? Ah! Love you.
Seems like there's some friendly banter between the two. Oh, and as Deadshot peaks, so does Fury, as Deadshot's going to be one to find the kills.
Shadow, can you?
Two minutes left. Shadow rotating around for a res would be a big ask. That's happening. Cutting through the building would be the wise choice, but they're not interested. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. Don't take the... Don't need to go that far around the edge. Game's been down for a while, too, so they could be bleeding out shortly. Shadow has to get here quickly. Get that res off right away. Can't sit and defend or... Yep, sprinting straight up to the body. And they will get it in time. Wow. Very big res. That puts NFI back at 4. Flashes and more utility. Directed it down into Snow's space, and Game Reaper is going to apply the pressure to find Snow down. Electric actually team killing Snow in an effort to find Game Reaper, but maybe it was worth it in the end. One is dead, but there's still another in the north, and now Shadow is taking shots. Electric almost gets picked up, but they have cover from that backside. Deadshot is in, and they have Electric down. Tablet comes out. Oaks is trying to defend. Shadow Warrior finds the kill. And you can hear Deadshot calling out in despair to the team that it could have been 3-0. But instead, 2-0. As NFI still do take the win. They eliminate their opposing team, but they could have had 2 that round instead of just 1. Either way, NFI looking to do what they did to their first opponent, Dub City, and take this series 4-0, or excuse me, the total will be 8-1. That's the exact scoreline they had up against Dub City as well. Curious to know what the scoreline is on map 2 now for Newbies and DC. If Dub City do find a win, then they have to beat Dead Logic twice. Capitalize off of it. Otherwise, it won't really mean much. NFI are looking very good. And so I think there may be a chance that NFI could take 2 off of the Newbies. But, I mean, hey, all these teams are playing good today. You know, Dub City Warriors put up good fights against NFI. Dead Logic's bringing things down into 1v1s, 2v2 scenarios, and yeah, certainly have had a good fight. So far, at least. NFI could be running away with things soon, though, as we do get back into it. New objective every 2 rounds, so we change objective positions. NFI swap back to defense, and Dead Logic are attacking out of the tunnel.
So awful.
Don't let your arm feel awful. Feel good.
You know, one thing we talked about in the Blast On Last Chance qualifier that happened last weekend, a very physical game, is that unlike any other esport, VR does have the physical component of it. And I did just hear a complaint there that the shoulder is hurting on one of the sides of Dead Logic. That definitely can impact aim, especially when you're holding your arms up in front of your face like that. It could impact how steady your aim is, number one, and then also how comfortable you are aiming. And so there may be times where you should be aiming, but you're not because your shoulder's sore. So the physicality of things does definitely become a factor when you consider VR games.
I'll take the boxes from the other side over there.
Oh, Furious actually rotating around to pop out on the other side of Horseshoe. Let's take a look at the overhead to get an understanding of how this team is moving, and you really just see arrows on a black on a black screen there. So a mostly north-focused push as Oaks actually gets Game Reaper down. Game
I just cleared
been
bunker
trying to
against the
flank
guy.
Dead
That's
Logic
nice.
all series. Successfully in most cases, but gets shut down there by Oaks. That leaves NFI with just 3, and well, this objective is pretty tough to defend with just 3, almost with just 2. As Just Do It almost just did it on a dead shot, but ooh, Shadow does catch one. Furious goes down. More confirmed shots from Oaks.
Okay, it's a 3.
Shadow Warrior finds another one. 2 dead for Dead Logic. NFI even the scoreline here on defense. It was looking like a great start for them. Ends up getting not necessarily thrown away, but all tied up here again. So NFI right back in it on defense.
There are 2 in the lake area. 2. Oh yeah, I see 3 bodies. Go to. I'll keep and take there.
Curious what Dead Logic's approach is going to look like here. Seems like they're sending 2 around the lake to eventually push in from the south. Their one element in the north is going to be patient and wait for that south rotation to come together. Should, at least, I suppose, is the big word there. We'll have to see if they do inch into action a little bit sooner than they need to.
I killed him, he's dead.
Care down before south was anywhere close. They were trying to get a little bit closer into position, but Shadow, just a big threat here, shuts them down, and now it's up to the duo for Dead Logic in that south side to try and put a round on the board here.
I can't see far enough. So dark.
Minute 30. Team's going to have to work their way forward here.
Yeah. The 6 barricades are clear.
Clearing out south side, and eventually they'll be running into the defense here. I'm getting an update now. It's 3-1 for newbies. NFI on path to be 3-0 on this map.
Echo 1. Echo 1. There's another
Now
one.
Oaks is alone in their efforts to make their way up to the objective, and running out of time with only 30 seconds left. Oh, and down goes Deadshot. Shadow Warriors there to ready to defend, and they'll pick up the kill they need. NFI will go up 3-0. Dead Logic a round away from signing the end to their season, essentially. If they do go 4-0 here, there is no chance they can advance through the EU round robin. Or 0-4, excuse me. So NFI on the cusp of going 4-0 here, which would secure their advancement. Yeah, any team that can go 4-0 will be moving on. So I think the newbies very likely to have done that by now as well. And like I said, our final matchup of the day will be newbies versus NFI. So we're going to see the two undefeated teams duking it out for at least 2 maps. That'll be a little preview into the semis and finals for next weekend. But I think those games should be pretty fun. Forward to how that series unfolds. I think we still have to play it out for seeding purposes, so even though, again, both teams have qualified, we need to have, I guess it could be tied 4-1 between the two teams, and then we would use rounds 1. In which case, it looks like NFI have currently more rounds 1, but anything could change when we get into that final series. Looks like we're waiting on a reconnect on the Dead Logic side. Cut to a brief intermission while I wait for this one to get sorted. Be about 2 or 3 minutes, and we come back. The potential final round of map number 4 here in the series. We are back and ready to go into our next round. We have full lobby. I do appreciate you all sticking around through that break and getting ready for what could be the deciding point that will qualify NFI into the semifinals for season 13.
You get my knife now. My knife is special.
Good logic on the defense, though, and again,
Good luck, Charm.
we'll see if they can start to put together a big comeback streak here. One game puts them at a point where they could contend. Oh no, excuse me. I don't think that's an option anymore. They have to. It's at least not for Dead Logic. If Dead Logic can win a map here, then yeah, there's a chance for DC to take 2 maps and win. Either way, NFI and Newbies are the top 2, and they've been playing well so far. We'll see again if this is going to be it for map number 4 of the day, technically, but 2 of the series. Take a look at the NFI push here as they do start to work up through Garage. Drone goes out. We don't see what they're seeing on that drone, unfortunately, but they're looking at that tablet to get information. Just do it, making sure that the vulnerable drone user doesn't get tagged.
Inside looks totally clear. Outside on the left's clear. Inside car lot is clear.
You can hear game identifying different positions. Just do it, reacting off of that verification that things are clear. I wonder if the drone has night vision. If the player has night vision on. At the very least, they should get the data that Furious Daddy is on the outside here as Just Do It gets closer and closer. They also do have to worry about the overwatch from Snow. They could just blind fire their way through this. I think that's penetrable wall there. And a nice little move up there from Furious to catch out Just Do It. Game Reaper could be next. No, isn't actually checking this side, though, so... Is, although vulnerable, not being identified by Snow. Furious doesn't see them. They are hearing them, and they did just see a slice of Furious there. Now Snow should be keyed into this after hearing enemy gunfire behind them. Like I said, game could just put half a clip through the top of that structure just to be safe. Really been focusing on this side, but there is other action as well. It's about to pop over to Raph. Oaks finds them first, though. The south push gets cut off. Now it's up to the duo coming in from the north. Again, game going out of the garage. Shadow finds one. Game does go down. On objective defense weak, though. Gonna force rotations from Oaks and likely from Snow as well. Oh, this is a big move from Oaks. A big move that could pay off, actually. Deadshot and Shadow. Very unlikely to check behind them, but it's going to take another 15 or 20 seconds for Oaks to get there. Down. On objective defense is gone. Electric's dead. Snow's the only one with a line down. They start crashing. That shot continues to get flanked, and Oaks is going to find the angle on the backside. Dead Logic will put at least a point on the board here. They're not giving up just yet. Shadow 8 and 3. A reminder that we have more games later today. Starting at 4 p.m. PST. We'll be diving into the NA round robin group stage. During that NA group stage, we will be doing giveaways of HyperX products to anybody in the US region. So again, you will be able to get an opportunity at snagging some free hardware there, a free mice, keyboard, headphones, microphones, all of that being given away over the course of this postseason. So again, be sure to tune in 4 p.m. PST. We'll be diving into some good quality NA round robin battles. Still here though with Dead Logic trying to put one on the board. If they can take this map, again it puts them at 1-3. They then have to beat they have to beat BC 2-0, and NFI have to lose 2-0 to the newbies. So there's a path where we could be tied 3-3 on maps still yet. Dead Logic haven't given it up. We'll have to see what they get, though, as they do go on the attack here. We swap objective position every 2 rounds, and so a new objective is placed, and NFI just have to tuck in around the hangar to defend this one. But I'm curious how Dead Logic are going to approach with this spawn here deep down in the south. Like it's going to be a 4-1 split. They're going to keep one here on the lake. And the rest of them rotating up into the north side, it seems.
Where's it 72600? Yes?
What? I don't know. I gotta crawl for a little bit now, though. I'll see you guys later. Oh.
Now split up into a 3-1-1. Dead Logic going for a pretty hard to execute on Marsok's setup. Very spread out. Trying to hit from multiple angles. All of that requires in-sync coordination as a team. This level, you can't expect it from teams like this, so matter of execution, but we also do have kind of a bit of an aggressive defensive setup here. Just Do It actually taking shots deep into the south, giving away their corner position. You can see when we're talking about loadouts, Just Do It here doesn't have a sight on this gun because they're carrying that night vision, maybe a couple of other utility pieces that ultimately is deterring them from wanting to run that irons the 2 times. They're actually not. They have their night vision on. They didn't see Care right in front of them there. They do hear Snow behind though. They are going to pop up out of the darkness and find Snow dead. Dead Logic down to 3.
I got one. I got one.
Almost a team kill. The risks of night, super hard to identify an enemy versus a teammate. They both look like they're in very dark uniforms. Graph on the other side of the Hescos there. does catch Furious Daddy out
One
as
dead
they
by the
peek out.
bunker. One dead by the bunker.
5 alive for NFI and only 2 left for Dead Logic. Electric and Oaks. Electric is catching some heat from across the street. Able to duck back down into some cover, and that's where those shots were coming from, but almost went down on that rotate.
Deadshot's trying to snipe across lake on those front sandbox things. I don't know what they're called. Escos. Is Bunker dead? Because they haven't shot at me.
Trying to, is Electric thinking that the shots that they were taking were from Bunker? Coming just from that Hesco there. Next to the bunker.
I need you to see if you can get.
Pretty risky station for Oaks here. Oh, Electric goes down, and Oaks here's Just Do It up top. Tries to find those shots. Now is at risk of Shadow Warrior taking a peek. And Shadow almost IDs Oaks there. Can't quite get the angle. Oaks is not safe to push Just Do It. The Shadow Warrior is going to find the kill. NFI lock in 4-0 and guarantee their advancement in to next weekend. At this rate, I think newbies are also 4-0. Go ahead and double check that particular packet. Caveat for round 2. I don't have the data yet, but I'm pretty sure they also went 4-0. So we are going to be following NFI up against the newbies next in this bracket, and both of these teams undefeated so far in this tournament. That means both of these teams are going to qualify and advance on to the finals, because right now the other two teams are both 0-4. The way that the matchups ended up working out was that they each went up against newbies and NFI, and both of those teams won their matchups against both the DC and Dead Logic. And so, again, NFI and the newbies are advancing on. We're going to be covering that matchup next. That'll be a little bit of a preview into next weekend. So I'm excited to see how that unfolds, what teams try and do, what maps they pick. If we kind of go for some wacky plays to maybe kind of throw off your opponent because you know you're assured onward, but they also do want to get good seeding, so winning does matter here. Either way, we got 2 more maps left in the EU round robin. Don't go anywhere. More onward action in a few moments. Welcome back, everybody. We are just about ready to dive into the action here in our next game, No Fun Intended versus the Newbies. Appreciate everyone that's hanging out, whether you're on Twitch, Facebook, YouTube, or Horizon venues. If you've been here from the start, I don't know how you've done it. You've kept your headset charged and you've been paying attention to your battery levels. Hats off to you. But you may be coming in wondering what you're tuning in for. This is the EU Round Robin Group A stage, the first of two stages this weekend to find out who is going to be our semifinalists over the course of next weekend to battle it out. And I think there's a couple of phases there, so I don't want to get into it, but yeah, the semifinalists that will qualify for the semifinals in the EU region, at least for next weekend. It's going to be very hype stuff. Looking forward to that. But we have a bit of a preview into that qualifier, I suppose, with this matchup. No Fun Intended and the Newbies, because both of these teams are 4-0 so far this in this round robin. They have won all 4 maps they've played. Neither team has lost. We are now going to be going into our first map between these two to really determine seeding at this point. The amount of rounds won and the amount of maps won ends up mattering because it determines, you know, again, where they'll be seated in that 1 to 4 semifinals. And you'd obviously like to have that number 1 seed. And so they want to perform the best they can. If either one of these teams can come out of this 6-0, it's very likely to guarantee them a position into that number 1 seed. I see that being a pretty big challenge, so we'll have to see, again, how these players approach this. But it is going to be an exciting battle. I think this is also our first time checking out the Newbies today, as we will be observing how they battle it out on Bazaar for our first map. Take a look at the active rosters as we do get ready to dive into round 1. Over on the Newbies, we have Emperor, MK Snooper, Mr. Chip, Jason, and Mr. Shrimp. And over on NFI, we have Game Reaper, Just Do It, Jittery List, Deadshot, and Shadow Warrior. Already shots coming out. 1 down for NFI as they tried to rotate up here. I think they tried to push into Kayat building, and it was well defended by Jason and Mr. Tripp. Really just waiting to see how NFI does want to approach this objective here. Not down a player now, tied 4-4. Looks like they're going to have 2 come in from Kaya, and we still have 2 rotating around
Shrimp, you've got the line on
to the back side.
Or are you dead? Oh no, he's dead.
We're going to wait to see how this east push pays off. Game Reaper and Jittery List. Jittery List actually finds MK Snooper.
I killed him, Echo 4.
An interesting angle there to shut down the Overwatch up through the middle. Just really kind of waiting to see how the Newbies end up shifting. This Entrepreneur is so far away from objective, and now Mr. Tripp has gone down on the outside north. Just Do It could smoke in, push in. Cap could be a big threat for this team, especially with where Emperor is positioned right now. Jason really the only one on objective, and Emperor can't necessarily push out, because if they do, they'll be potentially threatened by Game Reaper or Jittery. The best case scenario here is that Emperor actually dies in the defense here, and that is what happens. Jittery is actually going to knife them through the wall because Emperor was clipping. You have to be careful when you tuck into a corners. You can't tuck too tight. Jason peeks out, tries to find Deadshot. They do. And now they're way off objective. Smokes are out and on it, but Jason comes crashing back, and well, there's a couple of folks that are pinning them down. Again, there's an opportunity for Just Do It to slow crawl their way up to this objective, but it's not going to be the way it goes. Game Reaper is going to take the kill, and NFI will take round 1, 1-0. Out the gate. Certainly a strong start for NFI, and you do look at those KDs and you don't see a lot coming in there from the newbies, only 2 picked up. Rounds lost without any kills are the hardest ones to lose, and it was while they were on defense, no less. So now they have to attack NFI. I mean, that was just a great MARSOC round from them, even though it did start off in a 5v4 for the newbies. A lot of objectives on Bazaar, though, are pretty easy to attack, and so you do see a lot of cap attempts, at least on Bazaar in particular. Bazaar and Quarantine. I think it's maybe why people do enjoy these maps so much, is because that option of capping is a little bit more prevalent than on a map like Downfall, per se. Now, of course, we've seen plenty of caps on Downfall, so it's not out of the question, but, you know. Newbies are going to get the far spawn, so they're not going to be able to get to the objective quick, and we seem to have a bit of a false start. Nonetheless, though, we do now know newbies will be spawning over in the far corner. Wonder if that will impact how they decide to roll out towards this objective. Sometimes if you spawn down in this corner, players will kind of just take that and end up pushing in through the south. Some teams just still commit up through the middle, finding that pressure through the Bazaar, looking for picks through the windows. Fighting in through the center is more optimal. Obviously, it's nice to have control of that front of the objective. It's why it is so heavily contested, because if you do just forfeit it, well, then the enemy can push right up to the window just outside your OBJ. But even then, there's plenty of ways to defend the cross into that objective building, and so we'll see. That's really the name of the game right now. We will see, because this is, again, a preview into what we should expect in the EU semifinals next weekend. These two teams are advancing on no matter what, no matter if they win or lose here. But they're playing for seeding now, and so they do want to still win. And look at this, the spawn point here does seem to have influenced the newbies' efforts to push. They are going heavily through the south here. Taking advantage of this spawn point, really getting around any early defensive setups, being able to deny any defensive setups across the street, but it doesn't look like NFI have invested anything there. They'll be able to work all the way up here through the east, all the way until they get to Jittery List. Was holding on the back here. We'll keep an eye there. We also do have shots coming in from Shadow.
Red 3, red 3.
Trying to take shots up over the top of Bazaar here. And a little fire back from Jason, albeit a bit blind. It is enough to force Shadow Warrior to tuck in. And it does then allow Jason to be able to actually aim once they've established a little bit of control. Now have to reload. Shadow says, I don't think I want to be peeking that anymore. Stays tucked in, and we do have to again keep our eyes on Jittery because they're going to be running into Shrimp, Trip, and Emperor soon enough here.
They fucking better.
Oh, and good kill there from Mr. Shrimp. Emperor finds that, and the newbies are pushing in with a very good bit of control here. Just Do It is crashing back now, or should be at least, as both Deadshot and Shadow Warrior call out for assistance. Just Do It actually finds a kill here, shutting down Mr. Shrimp, trying to work their way in from the east side. We have to keep our eyes on the front of this objective too, though, as there is Snooper and Jason both contesting. Do It finds Mr. Trip. Snooper is completely blind, and Deadshot peeks out to find that kill. NFI are bouncing back. It's now 3-2. Jason trying to nade inside. Shadow Warrior's still here. Emperor still on the east.
One guy north.
Oh, and C4 detonated by Shadow Warrior catches out Jason entering into the objective. And now it's all up to Emperor over on the east side. Just Do It calls out that they're on them. At least I think that's what the call out was. They don't really necessarily need to peek this out right now. They have 3 alive, 2 on objective. Do It is here. But I wonder if they have an accurate kill count too. Headshot legs there. They stand up, take the shots. Just Do It flies out on the quick corner. Goes far enough. I was going to say maybe Emperor could get around the corner, but Just Do It pursues all the way. And NFI with 2 left alive do take their defensive round, but a good solid effort from the newbies. At this rate, NFI could be that team that goes 6-0 out of Group A. Wouldn't be a terrible surprise, considering they are the #1 seed, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. Tomorrow, we have teams like Boss Fight, Phantoms, Imperial, and Virtual Secret. That'll be Group B tomorrow. That'll be starting at 10 a.m. PST live on this channel on Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. Also Meta Horizon Worlds. You can catch us inside VR on a big VR theater screen. And we appreciate anybody that is tuning in on Horizon Worlds and is enjoying the action. Speaking of, we're about to enjoy some more action ourselves with NFI. Go into the attack on our new objective. Every 2 rounds, we swap objectives. Every round, we swap sides. So NFI go from defense to attacking. An opportunity to potentially take this map 4-0 if they can work up into a cap attempt. Oh, how do they not see the head of Snooper there? Snooper finds a double on the cross, and NFI get picked off big time trying to make their way here. Snooper doesn't confirm Deadshot, though. So if Just Do It can kill Snooper, there's maybe a route here where this can turn into a 4v4. Right now, it's a great start for the newbies on a round that they need.
Roto? T'as roto? Milo, ça se smoke.
Callout comes in from Deadshot on the position of Snooper. That's going to require a smoke to give them enough cover. And I wonder if Snooper's going to try and rotate out here. Yeah, it does look like they have pushed out of that window position, and so Just Do It can get this res, and we are going to be into a 4v4. Big res from Just Do It. Snooper off the shift onto the stairs almost does get Deadshot.
On the limit of the map, watching through the window on me.
They know that a res came through, though. Snooper may still think they've killed 2. They're really trying to apply the pressure here onto Deadshot. To me that, again, they're not aware that Just Do It is here looking out this window. They have to know Deadshot's over in the north. Oh, and Snooper does catch Do It trying to peek out through the window. On objective push is happening, though. Oh, no, excuse me. This is not on objective. Woo, I got confused based off the location. Over in the east. And if I do get 1, so newbies are down to 4. There is the newbie's 4th. 3 on Kayat. Ah, the 4th one's there over on the left. I didn't even see them out there on the other side of Bazaar. Mr. Shrimp over there. Here, NFI is talking and reciting the code. It's definitely on their minds here for this attempt. Snooper almost sees Jittery List there. Deadshot catches Jason. Now we're into a 3v3. Rotation's likely to come through. Snooper, if anything, way off objective, trying to swing around on the north side. Deadshot could apply some quick pressure.
2 guys, blue 2 and blue 3 and 1 on uplink.
But this flank might actually work for Snooper. They're going to get there in time. Snooper does find Deadshot, but now on objective, defense is really just tripping Shrimp. Reaper and Jittery starting to prep for the push out, but it's going to be Mr. Shrimp with a key defensive position here.
Hold tight, hold positions.
Oh, and there's a nice kill over the top. Game Reaper does get 1. Jittery List does get to the back. Mr. Trip does peek out the window, and newbies shut down a runaway train from NFI on map 1. Certainly not over yet by any means. Winner here pushing for that higher seed when we get into the semifinals next weekend. We'll get our final two opponents determined tomorrow at 9 a.m. PST, excuse me, 10 a.m. PST. Please be sure to tune into Group B tomorrow. Again, we talked about those. The teams that are in Group B are definitely also very good. Boss Fight's been playing very well on the EU side of things, and so very, very much looking forward to seeing how those teams will battle it out. Going to be filled with some pretty good games, I anticipate. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be a lot of Onward this weekend and next weekend. Take a quick look at the KDs of the afternoon. 4-1 for Just Do It. 4-2 for Snooper. More positive KDs obviously on NFI as they're the leaders, but Snooper definitely coming alive, it seems, that last round, helping out and giving newbies now an opportunity to push in, potentially secure a cap, and potentially take the lead on this map. We'll have to see. Roll out from Shadow and Game. Game taking the bit more aggressive defensive position here. And they'll hear Mr. Tripp. That call out comes. And then they redirect their attention over to the east, but they are not going to see Shrimp or Jason rotating here.
One on west side of market.
First shots come in over towards Just Do It, but don't connect. North side still working their way up. They'll want to get all the way up to Jittery List on the backside here. Could find the back of Shadow Warrior exposed too if they're not too careful.
Firing.
Guesswork from Snooper there. Taking shots, but even calling that out to their team that those weren't at anybody in particular. You know, again, just so all the data is there for all of their teammates. Game Reaper. Here to find. Old Trip not ready for game on the backside.
One more, green 4 or 3.
Oh, C4 detonation comes in. Seen a couple of C4 kills that have come in pretty clutch.
Wait,
For both
thank
teams.
you.
Did you confirm?
Yep, confirmed. Say again? Yeah, he's coming in, the back of white one, back of white one. Alright, mate. I think you're running.
Oh, I understand. All right. Figured out the bracket stuff. Figured out who's playing next weekend. potentially next week, depending on when they schedule the game.
.2:30 on the clock.
Multiple kills going in for NFI as the push comes in from newbies. Shadow Warrior's still here, and Shrimp doesn't pop up at the right time as Shadow's able to duck back into cover.
If I die, they're coming from the north.
Shrimp does get at least one. Pushes into the objective, tries to get two. Ends up with the trade, and NFI, 3 left alive, 2 on the back there to potentially attack. Do take their Coyote defensive round. Next objective is going to be at the Humvee there. I was just thinking, with NFI having to go on the attack, is this an easy objective to take on Marsoc? And certainly doable. You know, a good quick play can go a long way on this objective, but I don't think NFI need to do anything like that. Yeah, with how they've been playing and how coordinated they are as a team, you know, I think encircling the objective, sending one south, one east, one west, you know, and hitting it from multiple angles is something they're capable of, and that's likely to be the best way to approach this one on the attack. But again, it could be also a quick smoke play right up the middle. So you will have to see.
Oh, you don't know.
No, we don't. Just
Why?
remember, don't overexpose on the east. Be careful on the west.
Deadshot. No, make sure that you got the west covered, the wall and everything. I hate that, come on. אבל היה שם פעם שעברה אנשים, אחי, ואתה נכשלת, תהיה ערני. נכון, נו, כי אני נכשל בזה, אני יותר חזק פה.
Oh, it's easy, 354-290. יותר חזק פה.
Some inter-team squabbles here on who is going to cover what, it seems.
They're gonna hold the windows. Maybe even apartment second floor. I'm not joking. He's capable of it.
Always. You always love to tune in.
Better watch out from the apartments, man.
Really listen into the comms of the. Potentially rotating in from the far south. Oh, meanwhile, look at the overhead. You see they already actually have 2 that have crossed on the east side. Are pushing into the south, and actually a pretty heavy stack in the south defense from the newbies, almost anticipating this kind of preference and rotation to get around behind them. Check out these angles. Jason's point. Cross here, Jerry won't be able to ID Jason behind the boxes in the car. Game is not necessarily safe in this approach.
don't worry about him. Just clear the others.
Surprised to see game still hasn't put up here. Shadows inside the 2-story. The on-objective defense is so weak. Crazy. Like Game and Jason traded. Nooper scrambling inside. Does find a trade on the stairwell. 5 comes in on the south. No one is home. The free cap for NFI. I feel like the newbies are playing defense like they don't really care much about the cap. Script. The only one that has eyes on. Emperor is watching, I guess, that rotation in from the south there as well. It's just interesting how much they're banking on NFI pushing in from the south and how much NFI is pushing in from the south. Both of these teams obviously doing their homework, you know.
Member 1 yellow 1. Yellow 1. Blue 1.
Jit, go ahead to clear the rest of the south, if you can.
No one gonna see Reaper here. Jittery so close to Shrimp. Ducked deep into the corner. I wonder if Jittery's gonna clear this corner, because I just feel like it'd be odd to have been a defensive player here normally. Comes out, but Shrimp is still here holding this in. And there it is. Shrimp finds one. They're going to fly out and try and catch Game, but Game is ready.
Jit's straight. Jit's gone.
BV2. Emperor still has eyes, so does Trip. They still have a cross on the entry, but Game does catch Trip out. The smokes offering too much of a potential threat of that cap, and so Trip was on the rotation. Deadshot can push up now. Emperor is nowhere here. Tablet comes out. Easy code entry to get themselves 5-1 on map number 1 in this series. Points matter, and NFI really trying to lock in their place in that number 1 seed. NFI is looking good today. I think that's the moral of the story. I was anticipating in this matchup that we would see a bit of a closer battle, and we certainly did. But NFI definitely looking good there on Bazaar on map 1. Believe it was their pick, so now we go into the newbies map pick for map number 2. You know, map choice certainly can impact the success of teams, but at this level, it shouldn't end in this much of a disparity. Either way, that was a good, solid W from NFI, and they are really looking like they're just executing everything very well as a team. Communication is on point. It's deserved of that top tier in the EU region, and no surprise that they are currently in the round robin undefeated, because, well, they were the favorites, very much so. Again, if you go back and look at the ranking, yeah. I was just thinking about what ranks they're playing tomorrow. But anyway, we're also just getting ready for our final map of the afternoon. Final map of the EU region. It is going to be a shift into the closer quarters. Something we haven't had yet today, at least on stream, and I don't think it's been played in any of the matchups yet today, is going to be Cargo. Choice by the NFI team. Obviously wanting to test their hand at a little bit of close quarters combat. And like I said, this is kind of an interesting look at what we could be seeing into the semifinals. So I want to see, yeah, I guess to the point, maybe these teams aren't necessarily showing their ace up the sleeve, right? You know, maybe newbies aren't trying to deploy their main strats against NFI because they know if they do, there's going to be footage that they can go back and review and look at over the course of the week and prepare for the battle up against them in the semis. But at the same point, the newbies need a win here to at least contest for that first place seed in the Group A. If they don't, second place from round robin goes up against second place from Group B. So Group A's second place goes up against Group B's second place. And we end up with 3 qualifiers for the Worlds. 3 qualifiers from NA, EU, and 2 from the Oceania region. So yeah, it is a long road, but an exciting one nonetheless. And I know I said that it wasn't going to, the finals didn't fall around Halloween. They do. So I might cosplay. I might dress up for some of those broadcasts that come around on the 29th. I think ultimately we're skipping the 30th, and so that's why the finals are on November 5th because of the holidays. And so either way, a bunch of postseason action, several weekends where we'll be able to be doing live giveaways for at least the U.S. region and the NA side of things. You are going to want to tune into and get an opportunity at getting in on that free hardware from HyperX. That includes mics, headsets, mice, and keyboards. A lot of good quality. I mean, I love the HyperX products. We've had them as a sponsor since several years ago, and everything I got from them originally in that sponsorship, I still use today without any issue. And so I really do enjoy the HyperX product line, and definitely a HyperXian, I guess, as you could say. Either way, do please check them out, and appreciate them for contributing into those giveaways. We also do appreciate our sponsors for sponsoring that prize pool for the season. Those include VRML, obviously, contributing into the prize pool because we love to see VR esports grow. We also have prizes coming in from VR Cover, offering fantastic comfort options for any of your headsets that'll enhance how long you can wear that headset without any issue. We also have Pro2 VR. We'll offer great haptic feedback mounts ranging from the full shoulder mount down to pistol mounts that provide haptic feedback to really enhance the immersion in any of your favorite shooters. And we also have Asterion offering you fantastic RGB stands for any of your VR headsets and also mats for your play space so you know where you are within your play space at any given moment. You can get $5 off any $20 or more purchase over at AsterionProducts.com by entering the code VRML, the number 5, off Asterion. All together, no spaces. VRML 5 off Asterion. We'll get you $5 off, and so do please use that code if you are going to pick up any items. We got to get into the action for map number 1 on Cargo. Just Do It already finds one dead in this alleyway through the smoke. Snooper pumping rounds downrange, and Just Do It continuing to be a threat here with the LMG. Laid back using the smoke to advance up into a bit of an interesting position to tuck in and defend from the lake cross towards the objective. But newbies do start with an early advantage.
I'm gonna watch by the tunnel.
Yeah, boxes.
Just Do It must have heard something on that short corner, or maybe seen a toe clip through. They make the call out, and the team now knows there's one on that short corner at boxes. That Shadow Warrior acts off, it finds the kill. Here come the smokes. Deadshots barreling into the objective. Mr. Shrimp is here, and it's a trade, a big trade at that. Snooper rotates back to the objective. So does Jason, and they catch Shadow Warrior in the smokes. Jason and Snooper both surrounding on the objective. Still a flank from the backside ends in a trade, and now it's all up to Game Reaper. Hasn't engaged in the chaos, and Jason, who's alone to defend. And it's just a hush here as Game trying to stay silent. Jason's there on the corner, and it goes to Game in the trade. Newbies take round one. Letting up just yet. Good start for their map pick. See how they do on the defense, but a Marsoc win is definitely an ideal way to go. You have to start on that side, and it's your map pick that you've chosen. So now, an opportunity to get 2-0 up, and Newbies could be looking at a chance. Really kind of reverse. I mean, they could technically tie this score line for this series between the two of them. If they win 4-0, the overall scoreline would be 5-5. It would be tied on maps 4-1 apiece, and they would go into a tiebreaker based off of rounds 1. I gotta wonder. Yeah, I think if we really get down to it, we would have, I think NFI have to win at least one round in this cargo match. Or at most one round. To guarantee themselves first place, even if they lose here. And the reason I say that I think is because they all have won their games with 4 points. The only win that's been a 5-point win has been for NFI in this series. And so the only opportunity to separate themselves from their opponent in points would be to get 1 point here. At minimum. I don't know. Don't do the math. It might hurt your head. Dead shot hurts the head of NFI. Played back here, goes down with a nice shot there. Utility starts to come in. Bit of a counter aggression from the Newbies on defense here. Almost trying to apply the pressure on NFI as they attack. Getting ahead of the attack before it comes in, if you will. Deadshot's position definitely should be known, though. Ooh, and all it does take is a smoke, and oh no, a team kill as Mr. Shrimp was there trying to find the shots on the cargo crate. Teammate comes flying out into the line of sight. NFI either way are into 3v4 at a bit of a disadvantage. Trying to indicate to Jason that a utility play is supposed to be coming here. And look at that. Nicely timed. Double flash over the top. Emperor peeks out to see if they spot anything. Doesn't catch much. Instead, decides to commit up the middle. They're at objective. One goes down. Game. Do they even know Emperor's here? Emperor could be punching in the code right now. Nobody knows Emperor's here. Oh no, why Emperor? Why go out for the kills? Doesn't make any sense. What did I just watch? Literally just go 2 feet to the left and punch in a code for 2 points and get your team into the lead. Well, hey, we have the top-down perspective to understand what they're, how to approach an objective. They obviously don't have that kind of view under pressure. They obviously don't have the accurate kill count. They don't even probably know how many of their own teammates are left alive when they go and make out that play. Maybe even thinking that they are going to help defend one of their teammates who's trying to cross. But yeah, either way, newbies get lucky, really, and snag a defensive round, go up 2-0 on their map pick. I think if we get into calculating rounds 1, it may then also be, it may come down to a third factor. Trying to think how they... Yeah, it may come down to a third factor in terms of how many points your opponent scored against you. In which case, I think NFI would be first place because they have been winning 4-0, 4-1. You know, they won 2 series 8-1. Whereas we know that the newbies had a 3-4 up against Dead Logic. So see what happens. NFI going on the defense again. I think they just need 1 round to guarantee themselves first place. Haven't been able to get it yet, though. Newbies are battling back. Game Reaper is going to start things off for newbies with another good start. At least Emperor finds the ankles of Shadow to get things back in order for them. A reposition as Mr. Shrimp takes out Just Do It, trying to pop out of the tunnel. They're going to flank around and kick out Deadshot, too. A big double for NFI there. Newbies. Only 2 left alive. Jittery list in game. Oh, and Emperor sees the crossover. Final shots from Jittery as they're now alone in a 1v4. They know Shrimp's there at the doorway, and it's going to be a matter of trading down for NFI to have 3 left alive. Again, I think if my math's right, they've just locked in the first place position, but look, I could be completely wrong on my calculations. Don't ever really trust me on math. It's never a good call, but yeah, good solid day of Onward on the EU side, that's to say the least. Just over 4 hours now. Likely to have, I would say, if I'm going to guess, NA is going to come in at we'll finish in about 4 hours. I think it's going to be even faster than the EU region was today. Just based off of the typical pace of the NA teams. I think most squads are going to ban Downfall in the long-range maps that tend to typically be, a little bit longer. And the reason that's going to be happening is because each team gets 2 bans. So the format here, a little bit different than your standard best of 3, where one team gets, you only get 1 ban at each. Leaves that map pool a little more open. Limited options, ultimately, at the end of the day, for both of these teams when it comes down to it. And so it's why we probably see Snow Peak Knight, getting picked up. See what Cargo does for this newbie squad on defense as NFI goes on the attack in round number 4. New objective. Or no, excuse me. Same objective we just had last round.
behind spawn.
Oh, and Deadshot gets the revive, but Just Do It quickly takes them down. Nice over-the-shoulder shot from Emperor there as Snooper draws the attention close and Emperor finds the long angle. That is great teamwork to cover that spot. Really nicely done to draw out that kill. Newbies down to 3. Wonder if NFI are considering a cap attempt here. Good flash from Jittery. Super blind. Newbies able to find at least one.
Center one. Good one.
Emperor does. Oh, doesn't find the kill over the top. I thought they did, but they just ended up hitting them in the shoulder for damage. Shadow's still alive. Jason and Laidback, the only two here that are pushing in. Jittery bouncing back and forth between the doorway and the cargo crate. Has to clear everything out of the way to get down to the smoke at the bottom of the candy jar. Text tablet to make sure that that flank they hear behind them isn't an enemy. Wait, with 2.5 left. Yeah, newbies are staying tucked in, not really peeking out anymore. They don't have enough information to really react off of, and so they're waiting for NFI to try and do something. Oh, finds one. Heard the comm from Games, and so they also know where Game is. Oh, and Game does end up moving out to catch the kill.
We lost Chit.
All up to Laidback. 43 seconds left, a 1v2. Finally gets it. Now able to smoke out Shadow's position. Botches the smoke throw. Looking for, I can assure you. And we're running into a pinch, and the newbies take round number 4 and go up 3-1. Map just... Do I have... Oh, I have the teams wrong. I'm so... I was reading what people were saying. I had seen it. My bad, guys. Like I said, though, I'm pretty sure that doesn't really matter because they would win off of points anyway, but NFI is up 3-1. Can't believe I had the teams wrong. Oh, I hate that. Sorry, folks. Long day. More after this. Little slack.
Killed one. That's container.
-1 tunnel side.
I figured it out just in time, really. Down goes the on-objective defense, and now Laidback is alone in their efforts. Are they going to go for a cap? I think they might. I don't know why they would need it at this point. Laidback was dropping back to check for it, and now they are making sure it's not coming in, and that's going to ultimately cost them. NFI are undefeated. We adjust the scores here. Oh, I hate it. They go up 4-1. That's that. I don't know why I thought game was on the newbies there, but it's all good. We swapped it up. We now go into, well, for 2-hour break, basically, and then the NA Challenger Cup starts at 4 p.m. PST. You're going to want to stop in, hang out, and catch that action that'll be starting live. It's going to be a good quality day filled with Onward action again. Do not want to miss out the NA Regional NA Regional Round Robin. That'll be starting again, 4 p.m. PST. Another big chunk of Onward games that you're going to want to catch. That'll be live here at twitch.tv/VRMaster Facebook, YouTube, and also Meta Horizon World. So you can check it out all there. But that is going to be it for us here on the desk. It for us here on the Group A of the EU Regionals. And I appreciate everyone that was stopping by and helping me out from time to time. I appreciate all the input and the support from you fine folk in chats. And again, tune in to the NA Round Robin Group A stage in 2 hours from now. We'll be jumping into that action. And there will be giveaways if you are in the U.S. region. Only available for folks in the U.S., but if you are, you will be able to get your hands on some free hardware from HyperX. So do tune in and be sure to catch that. But that's going to be it for me. My name's Ben Nightfire with 2 E's. We'll see you all in a few hours from now for the NA regionals. And until then, stay classy.